Can you hear? Can you hear?
I can hear.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing. Testing. No.
I think it's a little delayed. It's a little delayed, okay. Yeah.
Okay, it's a little delayed.
Testing. That's the testing.
Yeah.
So it's 30-second delay.
There's about a 30-second delay.
Is this one yours?
Yes.
I'm not in yours at all.
No, this one's mine.
Oh, okay. You're good.
All right, good evening, everybody. We're in our third day of hearing. I'm not going to say much, just, you've been very good at escaping things. You got more quiet in the last few minutes than you would normally get at church, which is going to give us a story. But as you know, where we left off was the district concluded its case in chief. At this point in time, it's going to be turned over to Mr. Pappas and his counsel. Their case in chief, and if you recall, Attorney Rock had reserved the right for an opening statement prior to documenting her case in chief and calling on various witnesses. So I'm relying on Mr. Bernard to look at the clock and say what time we're going, and we will do our very best, but we can never guarantee, based on the length of the witness testimony, whether we will get through all the witnesses this evening. We do have another date scheduled, and we'll cross that bridge as we get closer to the end of the evening. Any other housekeeping words besides your request to admit your exhibits?
I think they should do, in addition to exhibits, read we need to sequester all witnesses.
That was a standing. I assume your witnesses are sequestered somewhere in the building. Yes. Okay. All right. So, in regard to the request to enter into evidence, Attorney Baldwin's exhibits, any challenges or questions in that regard on these exhibits?
No, not this time.
All right. So, they're admitted to the group, and if they want, please by all means, Be here, please say.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Pappas is here challenging his demotion from school principal to teacher. You should also be aware that the period of review, where the administration also edited his evaluation. The period of review, which ended in June of 2025, to reflect a 0 or failing score in professional and community development. Despite this, Mr. Pappas still had an overall proficient evaluation for the 24-25 year. On the topic of community, I want to extend a hearty thank you for your attendance and attention last week for the 2 long days of hearing, as well as for your attention and attendance tonight. You are sacrificing time away from your family, your homes, some of your work, in order to be here. Your commitment is not going unnoticed. As you know, the goal was to have the entirety of this matter wrapped in about 2 weeks. Mr. Pappas takes your time seriously, and in that vein, offered 9 days of availability starting tomorrow through February 13th. There is no desire to exercise more resources by the district or by Mr. Pappas than absolutely necessary. In that vein, we will be moving with alacrity through our witnesses tonight. You will hear from Mr. Pappas last. It is my goal to have him before you this evening. That may not happen. I am disappointed on your behalf that this hearing might not be continued until February 16th, despite our availability to continue the hearing before that. All witnesses tonight are members of your district community. All witnesses have 3 unifying factors. First, they were eyewitnesses to the allegations contained in the charges presented to you. Second, each witness can speak directly to Mr. Pappas's professionalism and engagement in community development. And finally, and perhaps most impressively, none of these witnesses were approached by the administration before charges were presented to you. The administration is counting on you to rubber stamp their decision. You will note who didn't testify on behalf of the district. The HR director, who was certainly present and involved in some of the decision making. You will hear tonight that Mr. Pappas is a vocal advocate for students, their families, and for faculty, and teachers and faculty alike. He is exactly who you want to be, a leader in this school district. Instead, you have an assistant superintendent who appeared annoyed because Mr. Pappas brought an issue of a quarter of the elementary school's books being ripped from the shelves without his prior knowledge. You have a superintendent who has berated him for failing to follow the chain of command, despite him having followed the chain of command in this exact issue that annoyed the assistant superintendent. You had a principal who testified and admitted to the fact that she had used vulgar language in meetings, and that Mr. Pappas has not. You also had a witness who testified that it was inappropriate for Mr. Pappas to ask questions. It is our hope and expectation that you will continue your honorable duty to hear all of the testimony and listen to all of the evidence presented here tonight, and eventually find that Mr. Pappas's demotion was arbitrary and capricious, and that Mr. Pappas must be placed back in the position as a school district leader, a principal of Summerview Elementary. Thank you. And with that, I would like to call our first witness.
By all means.
Okay. We're going to call Ms. Kate Henderson, and we'll also hand out our exhibit.
I'll just ask Mr. Don for us to be sure to swear all
I think Richard. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You did. I have to turn the mic on.
Ms. Henderson, could you bring the microphone a little bit closer?
Yes.
There we go. Never here? Okay. We're going to continue?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Henderson, what is your position in the school district?
I am a kindergarten teacher at Summerview Elementary.
How long have you been at Summerview Elementary?
Just this school year.
Ms. Henderson, are you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
All right, I would like you to open the binder in front of you. You turn to page 26. Okay. Is that the subpoena that brings you here this evening?
Yes, it is.
All right. And Ms. Henderson, do you understand that you are compelled to be here to testify and no one shall retaliate against you for your honest testimony here tonight?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Pappas?
He was my principal when I attended Waynesville Area Senior High School, and he was my principal when I was hired as a teacher at Summerview.
I want to take you to August 6th, 2025. Were you in attendance at a new teacher luncheon on August 6th, 2025?
Yes, I was.
And what is the new teacher luncheon?
It was a get-together of all of the new teachers as part of one of our induction days, as a further opportunity to meet everyone and just get to know everybody.
Were you at the time considered a new teacher?
Yes.
Were you assigned seats at this luncheon?
Yes, we were assigned to the table.
And who did you sit with at your table?
Mr. Steve Pappas, Lindsay Salmon, Katie Cook, Sarah Garofalo, and Jen Smith.
How long did the luncheon last, approximately?
Maybe half an hour, 45 minutes.
Do you recall a presentation being made during that luncheon by the WAEA?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any recollection of Mr. Pappas discussing the WAEA at the luncheon?
I remember he reiterated that we have the choice to join the union.
Do you have any recollection of Jennifer Smith discussing the WAEA at the luncheon?
She may have made a comment. I do not recall exactly what was said.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas ever advising you or any other teacher not to join the WAEA?
No,
Do you plan on joining the WAEA?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas engaging in an argument with any WAEA representative?
No,
Do you recall Mr. Pappas derogating WAEA in any way in your presence?
no,
Do you have any awareness of whether Mr. Pappas is anti-union?
no,
Has Mr. Pappas ever advised you against joining the union outside of the luncheon?
no,
Did anyone from the district ask you about your attendance at the luncheon?
no,
Did anyone at the district ask you about any comments Mr. Pappas made about the union?
no.
As a teacher at Summerview Elementary, what are your thoughts on Mr. Pappas' principal?
I loved having him as a principal. He was always very supportive of not only his students, but his teachers and his families. I always felt very supportive and grateful to have him as my principal.
Can you give any examples?
It was within the first week of school. I had walkied to the office that I was having some difficulties with a behavior, and he was in my classroom within 10 minutes.
As a teacher, do you find Mr. Pappas to be professional?
Yes.
And no further questions.
Party golfer, cross.
Is this your first job as a teacher?
Yes.
When did you graduate out of college?
2025.
And have you worked in any other school district in any other capacity?
No.
You try to be certified as a certificated as a school administrator?
No.
Have you ever been any training in the area of human resources or school district administration?
No.
How many days did you serve on Mr. Pappas?
I do not have an exact number for you from when I was hired, from when I went through induction in August up until the time that he was gone.
So you basically served under for approximately a month and a half.
If that is what the date reported, then yes.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your excuse, I don't know, okay, get over how you want to, just don't talk to any of those differences. Stenographer, screening.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Garofalo, what is your title at the school district?
I'm a kindergarten teacher.
And how long have you been with Lanesboro School District?
I'm in my 12th year of teaching.
Prior to teaching at Lanesboro School District, did you teach elsewhere?
No.
Are you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to that liner in front of you. You're going to turn to key 27. Is this subpoena what brought you here today?
Yes.
And do you understand that you are being compelled to testify and that no one shall retaliate against you for your honest testimony here tonight?
Yes.
I'm going to take you to August 6th, 2025. Well, actually before that, how do you know Mr. Pappas?
Mr. Pappas is my principal at Summerview Elementary School, my administrator,
And how long has he been your principal at Summerview?
for 5 years.
Did you know him prior to becoming principal at Summerview?
No, I didn't. I knew who he was, but I did not know him.
Were you present at a new teacher luncheon on August 6th, 2025?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what the purpose of that new teacher luncheon is?
My understanding of the business is just to welcome our new teachers to the district and kind of a more or less formal way of kind of celebrating their employment with the district and getting together just during career lunch.
Why were you at the new teacher luncheon?
I was there because I'm a mentor to Peyton Henderson, the new teacher at Summerview.
During the luncheon, where were you seated?
I was seated, it was in the Waynesboro High School cafeteria back there. I was seated at a table, a round table cafeteria.
And who was with you at the table?
It was me, Peyton Henderson, Katie Cook, Lindsay Salmon, Jen Smith, and Mr. Pappas.
During the luncheon, do you recall a presentation being made by the WAEA?
Yes, I believe his name is Luke Leidy, from what I remember, gave a presentation as one of the representatives.
Do you recall how long that presentation was?
I'm guessing 15 minutes. I don't think it was too long.
Did Mr. Pappas advise any of the new teachers against joining WAEA before the presentation?
No.
Did he advise any of the new teachers against joining WAEA during the presentation?
No.
Did he advise any of the new teachers against joining WAEA after the presentation?
No.
Did Mr. Pappas make any comments regarding WAEA?
I cannot recall his exact words, so I'm not going to attempt to at all. But there was discussion at the table that I recall from that day, and I remember, without quoting him in any way, him giving some type of comment that you have a choice whether you join the union or not, and I interpreted that comment to be to the two teachers that were sitting at the table. Not really myself in any way, I just heard the comment because I was sitting there.
Did he advise the new teachers against joining the union?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Pappas is anti-union?
Not at all.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas engaging in any argument with the WAEA representative at the luncheon?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Pappas engaging in an argument with anybody concerning the union at the luncheon?
There was no argument at the table that I saw that day.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas derogating the WAEA in any way at the luncheon?
No.
Did any district administrator ask you any questions about the August 6, 2025 luncheon?
No.
Did any district administrator ask you any questions concerning Mr. Pappas's beliefs on the union?
No.
As a teacher, what are your thoughts on Mr. Pappas as a principal of Sunnyview Elementary?
My thoughts on Mr. Pappas as a principal kind of come in two ways. As my principal, as a teacher, and also, more importantly to me, is the principal of my two children. Anyone in this room who knows me knows that being a mom is my favorite thing in the whole world, and I couldn't handpick a better principal for my two children, and hopefully my third that will come in a couple years. The second thing I love the very most is being a teacher. I have zero desire to ever leave kindergarten after teaching for 12 years, and I can easily say that if the board chooses, you choose to reinstate Mr. Pappas, I'm most excited for our Sunnyview students. They deserve to have him back, and he deserves to be their leader. He has proven that he does a great job, and I'm just really happy to have him as my administrator as well as the principal to my new children.
Thank you, Ms. Garofalo. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Cross, if any.
Are you certified as a school administrator?
No.
Have you had any training in the area of human resources or school administration?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
You're welcome.
When your legal team is down there to grab the next witness, we make sure that she's following the other witnesses. Good evening, Mike is on, stenographer will ask you to swear.
Do you swear or affirm or testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. McDonald, good evening. What is your current title?
I'm a business manager at our church.
Okay. And in August of 2025, what was your title?
I was a paraeducator at Sunville
And how long were you a paraeducator at Sunview?
since 2019.
And what does that mean to be a paraeducator?
We are basically like a teacher's assistant, so we help out. My job is mainly as library assistant. So I spent most of my time in the library, helping out the librarian. Also, we did small groups, helping out.
And how long were you a paraeducator, a library assistant at Sunview?
6 years.
Did you retire as a library assistant?
I didn't retire, I switched jobs.
Okay. And approximately when did you switch jobs?
End of August 2025.
Are you familiar with the term weeding?
Yes.
Okay, low power mode is now on.
What is weeding?
It's when the librarian goes through and picks out books that are either no longer, like they're not being circulated much, or they just, when they go through and they pull out or old books.
Had some of you undertaken a weeding in the past as you had been a library assistant?
Every year.
And what was the process for going through weeding?
She would go through and go through all the books. She would look at circulation. She knew most of what was popular, what wasn't popular. Obviously, it was popular, kept it. And she spent, usually it was over a couple of months going through and just every section going through all the books.
And who is the she that you're referring to?
Mrs. Snower,
Who was Mrs. Snowberger?
librarian at Sunview.
How long was she, if you're aware, how long was she the librarian at Sunview?
So, I don't know. Before me.
Was she the librarian in August of 2025?
No.
I want to direct your attention to the exhibit by in front of you, P31. All right, now Ms. McDonald, I'm going to take a minute and look through these pages. I'm going to ask you a few questions about what's contained in here. Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is this document?
These are texts between Mrs. Snower and myself.
Okay, at the very top, we'll just use the first page of Exhibit P31. It says Stacy SNO ... Is that Stacy Snowberger?
Correct.
Okay. And in these text messages, we see blue messages back and forth. Are Ms. Snowberger's messages on the left-hand side?
Correct.
And then your responses are on the right-hand side, is that right?
Correct.
I want to start with the text message on Friday, August 8th, sent to you at 7:14 p.m. And again, at this point, to be clear, Ms. Snowberger was no longer the librarian at Sunview Elementary, is that right?
Correct. She had retired.
And is it typical for you and Ms. Snowberger to text back and forth?
Yes.
In this first message, Ms. Snowberger texts you saying, between us only, just so you know what's going on, what is going on. Jen texted this to me, then my response. And Ms. Snowberger continued to write, so much for Steve not micromanaging. He is pissed that we weeded the library and he wants my head. We weeded 3 comma-ish books. Do you see that?
Correct.
What does the 3 comma-ish books mean to you?
3,000 books.
She then wrote, this is again what Ms. Snowberger copied from a text from Jen, or Ms. Smith. Would you happen to know the names of the preschool teachers?
Correct.
Continuing on to page 2, is it your understanding that this text is Ms. Snowberger's response to Ms. Smith?
I believe this was her talking to me.
Okay. In the middle of this text, she writes, I averaged about 75 to 100 books each year. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that sound true to you? That approximately 75 to 100 books were reading year over year?
At least, yes.
I direct your attention to the third page. And you type 3,000 books, question mark, question mark, question mark, exclamation point 4 times. Why did you respond that way?
Because that's about 25% of our books.
Did that surprise you?
Oh, yes.
Were you concerned about that?
Yes.
Why were you concerned?
Because Mrs. Snowberg had just gone through in the spring and weeded out a bunch of them. And I felt like they're going to go through our library, but they don't even know what our kids like. And we don't have any say in it. What 3,000 books are they pulling from? Like, we didn't have 3,000 books to read.
Were you aware that Ms. Smith was overseeing the weeding process at some of you?
Not until Mrs. Snowberg told me.
To your knowledge, are library books purchased using taxpayer dollars?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention down a little bit further on page 3, where you wrote, not to make it seem like you have a big head, but shouldn't they let me have an input? I know better than either of them what books are popular with our, capital our, school. Who is the they that you were referring to?
Those who weeded our library, so Ms. Smith and whoever else helped her.
And then you write, wow, 3 W's. No words. Why did you write that?
I was in complete shock. Like, I couldn't imagine. I mean, that's 25% of our inventory. We had just done inventory at the end of the school year. And Mrs. Snowberg had read quite a few of them, and I just couldn't figure out what books would have made up those 3,000. And what books our kids were going to have to check out.
Is it important to have an understanding of what kind of books students prefer in the library?
Yes.
Especially when going through this reading process?
Yes, for sure.
And you would have been aware of that information?
Yes. Many of the books that they read were very, very popular books. In good condition. Lots of brand new books, actually.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 9 of Exhibit 31.
Okay.
All right, in here you wrote your President Research book, and there's 2 images. What does that mean? What are President Research books?
That goes with another picture. Okay, so President Research books are books that the 5th graders, when they do their projects, they need books to research. And so Mrs. Snowberg had full stacks that they would use, because they would each have a different president, and they needed several sources. So that's the presidential research books.
Is there a reason why you shared these images with Ms. Snowberger?
Yes, well, the ones on the left, the Shell Silverstein, we can't keep those on the shelf. Like, those are constantly out. So I was just in shock that those were in it, they were discarded. And then on the other picture, on the left are the President Research books, which leave the note on there says something about, I can't read it from here, but to delete and discard. And then the other ones, like Never Let a Unicorn Scribble and Pout Pout Fish, these are all extremely popular books that whole pile are very popular, and they were all discarded. And they were in good condition.
I direct your attention to page 10, the next page. You wrote up here, Steve said the two of them are deciding what to do with all the books. There's a frowning face, or an angry face. So I'm quickly pulling ones I know need to get back on the shelves before they offer them to everybody. Who is the two of them that you are referring to?
Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Salmon.
And then at the bottom of this exchange, you write, Diane has cut Steve from any of that.
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That he was not part of the decision making.
Direct your attention to page 11. The very top, we have a response from Ms. Snowberger. So a person who is not a librarian, doesn't know our kids, and a person who doesn't know our kids is making this decision. This whole thing is a joke. Who is the person who is not a librarian who is making the decision, if you know?
I believe.
Objection calls for speculation.
If you know, you can answer.
I believe she's talking about.
Objection calls for speculation.
He followed the rules and instructed her to respond.
So do you know or not? If you don't, that's wrong.
I don't know for sure.
And who is the person who doesn't know our kids? Reference here, you know.
Mrs. Smith.
Did Mr. Pappas ever meet with you about the meeting process?
Yes.
Do you recall when?
August 12th.
What do you recall from that meeting?
He sat down with Mrs. Salmon and I and discussed what was going on and how we could possibly make the situation better, what our options were, because there were 3,000 books scattered about the library that had been discarded.
Do you recall any discussion related to falling?
Yes.
And what do you recall of that discussion?
I believe I actually brought up, hey, is there any way to go back to the inventory we had at the end of last year? And that would bring us all back in the system. And so the three of us talked about it and agreed that maybe in the best interest would be to just contact them and ask Paula, what are our options? What can we do?
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit K8 in that binder. It's on the front.
Okay.
I'm sorry, tab 8. Ms. McDonald, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
A letter I wrote explaining what really happened on August 12th.
And at the bottom of this page, is that your signature?
Yes.
Why did you write this letter?
Because I was there and I know what really happened, and what Mr. Pappas is being accused of is wrong. He followed everything he was supposed to. When I read the charges against him, and I read the one that states that on or about August 12, 2025, without opposition from the Calhoun County Department, you were instructed to talk to librarians first, which you refused or failed to do. And that is not true, because he met with Mrs. Salmon and myself.
In the first line of this letter, there is an error, I believe, correct? Can you point to where the error is and make a correction?
Yes, I put August 1999 instead of August 2019.
All right, so you were at Summit View Elementary as library assistant from August 2019 until 2025, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. As a paraeducator, what are your thoughts on Mr. Pappas' principal?
I thought he was very fair, friendly. The kids loved him, the staff loved him, the parents loved him. He was so easy to work with. You know, you could approach him about anything. He was really lost.
No further questions, thank you.
This was done. Looking at the letter that's being defined as the P8, when did you draft this letter?
Earlier this month.
And did someone ask you to write this letter?
I offered to write this letter.
Did someone ask you to write this letter?
After I offered, yes.
Who?
Mr. Pappas.
What prompted you to write it in January? I'll continue the question. As opposed to in November when the charges were issued, or December, or anything up to January.
I no longer work at the school, and I wasn't really up to date on what was going on until January.
Who came up with the idea to call fall letters?
I believe I suggested we could ask them if they could maybe go back to the last year's inventory.
And it mentions in your letter, it mentions that your understanding was that Mr. Pappas was instructed to talk to librarians first, and he did so by speaking with him and Lindsay Salmon. Is that what you testified to earlier?
Correct.
You're not a librarian, right?
No, Mrs. Salmon is,
Ms. Salmon was a first-year librarian.
but she's still a librarian.
Objection, argumentative. You don't even argue with the witness.
Actually, I'm asking the question, was it right?
I'm going to letter to respond to the question, are you a librarian? Which is the question. Just
No, I'm not.
And Ms. Salmon was in her first year, literally in her first weeks of the employment, correct?
Correct.
Do you know Ms. Smith, Jennifer Smith?
Only via email.
Do you know how long she's been employed by the school district?
I do not.
Do you know what position she's employed by the school district?
She's a librarian.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Pappas consult with her as directed?
I do not know.
Ms. Snowberger is no longer employed by the district either, correct?
Correct.
Could you turn it back to, I believe it was it 31? There are kept back and forth, starting with the first page, which was the August 8th at 7:14 p.m., right?
Right.
Do you know what prompted this discussion between yourself and Ms. Snowberger?
I believe Mrs. Smith reached out
To who?
to Mrs. Snowberger.
And Ms. Snowberger reached out to you.
Correct.
Did you ask her any question that prompted her conversation, or did she just send you an unsolicited text message?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. Okay, the first page looks to be from Ms. Snowberger, correct?
Correct.
And so, if I'm not mistaken, the quotation, the part that's discussed on the first page is Ms. Snowberger's comments allegedly, correct?
Correct.
And same with the second page? That's Ms. Snowberger's comments?
Correct.
And hers are the lighter shade of blue and the remainder of the text message?
Yes.
Is Ms. Snowberger going to be testifying to the next knowledge?
No.
Based upon that, I'm going to object to the documentation of her comments as hearsay. Is being offered.
do you have any intention of calling Mrs. Snowberger?
We do not, but these messages were sent between Ms. Snowberger and Ms. McDonald, and certainly they can be presented to the board and given the weight that they are due, which is the permission that's been granted the administration for the last 2 minutes of hearing.
as far as these communications, and I'm just curious myself, are they just selective snapshots that we present? I'm just trying to find out, you know, at the end of the day, you know, in all fairness, whether it's more historically unreliable hearsay than, you know, direct testimony.
These are screenshots of messages provided by Ms. McDonald.
I'll allow them, we'll give weight to them, but I will eventually, you know, in our deliberations, caution them about the current nature of text messages that we cross-examine. But I'm allowing them.
Ms. McDonald, in terms of this text messaging, is this one consecutive string from the first page to the last, or are there edits? In other words, other parts to take in? So you're not.
This is continuous.
Okay, so it literally is your communication with Ms. Snowberger from the first conversation on the first page to the last page. There's nothing edited.
Not in regards to the library, no.
I didn't ask that.
We talk about other things.
Okay, so you excluded those other things, right?
Yeah.
So we should just take your word that we didn't add anything else.
Objection, argumentative for the witness.
I think it's fair game given the fact.
Cross-examination.
Correct. It goes to credibility as well. I mean, if you get a string of emails and you don't know what else is there, these were selectively pulled out and be presented. Mr. Snowberger is here, but I understand the ability for the board to absorb and take it in. But it's fair game as to what other discussions may have ensued and what was related to the issue of the charges.
I can show you my phone.
Did you have any conversation with Ms. Smith related to the meeting process?
Yes.
And when was that?
I can't have my notes on what date it was. I emailed her when I couldn't find anything in the library.
Were you present when Ms. Smith testified?
No, we were secluded.
And how well do you know Ms. Smith?
I don't know her.
And would you consider yourself, well, tell me what you believe your relationship is with Mr. Pappas. How would you characterize
He was the principal at our school. He was my boss.
Do you have any interaction with him outside of the school?
I do not.
When's the last time you spoke with Mr. Pappas?
I believe after the last hearing.
What, if anything, did you discuss?
He just thanked us
For what?
for coming to the hearing.
Else?
No?
What else did you discuss with Mr. Pappas?
Judge Jackson.
What else?
I'll go a little on the left and continue on the inquiry. We had discussions about sequesters, the people who are here, testimony of people. And we have an ongoing issue with it. If there's a break in time, witnesses can't talk to counsel. I think it's fair game as to what else might arise.
I have not talked to him at all here in this building the entire time.
When's the last time you spoke with him?
After the last hearing.
Before that. I'm sorry. Prior to the last time you spoke.
I can't be sure.
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Pappas at any time?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Pappas as counsel as to what you would be asking and what you were expected to answer?
No, not about what to answer.
Just about what you really asked about?
Correct.
At any time, did you provide any of this text messaging to the school district administration?
No,
At any time, did you offer to present this information to Mr. Pappas?
I had told him that I would, if the library had caused any problems, I would be willing to tell them the truth as to what happened.
And how did you know what had happened at the library? How did you come to know?
Well, I was there.
When were you there?
In August,
And when did the meeting take place? What date?
according to this, before August 8th.
And so during the week that preceded August 8th, were you aware of the meeting?
No,
So when did you become aware of the meeting?
on August 8th.
Is that when it began?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you were not in the building at that time,
I was not.
but you just said you were there.
No, I was there when we discussed the library and what to do. Mr. Pappas and Mrs. Sandman and I.
So Mr. Pappas informed you about the meeting, is that how you found out?
And then I found out from the text.
From Ms. Stone?
Correct.
So she told you about the meeting.
Correct.
Where was she? Did she?
According to the text, Jen had texted her.
Okay. And so she texted you after Jen texted her. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay, and Ms. Snowberger was at that time was no longer the librarian, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when she found out about the meeting?
I do not.
And there was a question, something about Diane had cut Steve from any of this. Was that your quote or her quote?
Can you just reference, there's about 10 of these pages with pages for purposes of the record and work.
There was a reference to cutting Steve, Diane cutting Steve out. Did you make that comment? Or
I did.
and what did you base that on?
I believe Mr. Pappas told me that. He was no longer, he was not part of the decision.
What did Mr. Pappas tell you?
That he was not a part of the decision as to which ones, what to do with the books
When did he tell you that?
before this text.
Did you ask, did you talk with Dr. McCallum about what she had said or instructed?
Nope,
So you got it from Steve, and that was it, right?
he's my boss.
Okay. And so it was Dr. McCallum, right?
All right, folks, please.
Sorry, Susan, would you say what you said?
Was there questions? No.
Your answer before.
You're gonna have to repeat the questions unless she has this.
Dr. McCallum is your supervisor, so, right?
Yes.
I don't know those things.
Just very briefly on the cross. Ms. McDonald, were you ever asked by the administration whether Mr. Pappas met with you concerning the meeting process or followed it?
I was not.
No further questions.
Don't pay good or you pass.
I have another question. There are some pictures in here, were those pictures that you presented or Ms. Snowberger?
That I did.
What problem did you use these pictures?
Because I was showing Mrs. Snower what the library looked like.
Did you show those pictures to anyone else?
No,
And it's your testimony that these pictures were taken within the time frame that you were talking to Snowberger, or were you taken earlier?
these were taken when I went back to school on August 12th and saw the library, what condition it was in.
And your conversation with Ms. Miller place on?
The first one,
Oh,
August 8th.
and when's the last page?
August 11th.
Okay, so the last page of this text messaging is August 11th. Is that what you said?
Correct.
You just said that that picture was taken August 12th.
Well, I don't have a calendar to look at. My first day back at school was when they were taken.
And was that before the 11th or on the 11th? Or after?
It was the first day that parents were back in. I do not know, without looking at the calendar, which day it was.
Thank you. Further.
No further questions? I'll read it.
Thank you. I would just ask that you not discussion testimony. Anybody that's already had things.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You just have to speak a little bit closer. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Motherwell. What is your title?
Principal of Mallory Elementary.
And how long have you been the principal of Mallory Elementary?
This is my 4th year.
How long have you been with Waynesboro Area School District?
I believe this is my 12th year.
I'm going to direct you to Exhibit P25. The binder of attached P5.
Okay?
Are you here pursuant to a subpoena this evening?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are being compelled to testify and no one should retaliate against you for your honest testimony here today?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Pappas?
Mr. Pappas hired me at the high school as an assistant principal, and he was my boss for at least 6 years, and then eventually a colleague, both being elementary principals.
I'm going to direct your attention to the August 6, 2025 holiday meal discussion. Were you present at a new teacher induction on August 6, 2025?
Yes.
What is new teacher induction?
That is an orientation meeting for new teachers to acclimate them to the district, our processes, our procedures, and also something that the state requires us to do.
What was your role there?
Typically, our role each year is that we review the faculty handbook with the new teachers. We typically go page to page, and the different principals take turns reviewing the topics in the handbook.
Was Mr. Pappas involved in going through the topics in the handbook?
Yes.
Do you recall a discussion at new teacher induction concerning the holiday meal?
Yes.
What do you recall of that discussion?
So I remember Steve joking around about being picky, and people that know Steve know how picky of an eater he is. He joked around about that and said something along the lines of that he wouldn't touch that stuff.
Who heard him make this comment, if you know?
Everybody was there, the new teachers and the other elementary administrators.
Did anyone else make comments about
the holiday meal?
I don't recall anybody else making comments. I just recall, people laughing and kidding around about it.
Do you recall anyone laughing and kidding around about cafeteria food generally?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Do you recall during this discussion any other comments from someone other than Mr. Pappas concerning cafeteria food?
No.
How many people were present for this discussion on the holiday meal?
I'm not 100% sure. I want to say maybe a dozen people.
Did you observe anyone's responses to Mr. Pappas' comment concerning the holiday meal?
Yes, it was very lighthearted responses, mostly laughing and smiling.
Did you respond to his comment about the holiday meal?
No.
Have you ever observed Mr. Pappas engaging with food service staff?
Yes.
What are your observations?
In my experience, Steve typically goes out of his way to talk to those people all the time and treats them very kindly, and always makes sure to build relationships with them.
Can you give specific examples?
There's a lot of examples. He doesn't like attention for it, but he often visits people if they're sick or ill. Actually, one of my support staff members just shared a story with me when she was hurt, and I don't think anybody else even knows this, but he went over to her house to mow her lawn for her, and she just shared that with me recently.
Do you recall any discussion concerning technology services at the teacher induction?
Yes. There's a section in the handbook that talks about the process for technology emergencies. I was one of the people who actually talked about that during that section. I had reiterated that teachers are not to directly call the tech line, that they are to go through the secretary or administration to use that emergency line. And that was based on a conversation that we as elementary principals had the prior week, updating our handbook and talking to Mr. Nick Erickson about what he wanted in the handbook with that process.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas making any comments about the technology systems?
I do not. As far as I can recall, I was the only one talking about the technology part.
I'm going to direct your attention to the August 25th, 2025 investigatory meeting. Did you attend an investigatory meeting on August 25th, 2025 with Mr. Pappas?
Yes.
What was your role there?
To represent Steve, to take notes for him, and to support him.
Did Mr. Pappas ask you to be there?
Yes.
Would you consider your role that as an Act 93 rep?
Yes.
Who was present for that meeting on August 25th, 2025?
Mr. Hoffman, our HR director, Diana Callum, our assistant superintendent, Rita Sterberheim, superintendent, myself, and Steve.
How long was the meeting, approximately?
Very. I can't remember the time, but it was more than, I want to say it was more than 2 hours.
Who asked the bulk of the questions during that meeting?
During that meeting, Dr. Sterberheim asked the bulk of those questions.
And if you recall, how were they asked?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Sure. Were they asked in an accusatory fashion?
No, they seemed like, I think there was, I don't know the exact words, but I think they said we have a series of questions to ask you. I assume that they were created by the solicitor. I wouldn't call them accusatory, they were just questions about what happened during those events.
Were they repetitive at all?
Yes.
What do you recall of Mr. Pappas' demeanor during that meeting?
For the most part, calm.
Except for the most part, are there any things that stand out where he wasn't calm?
He never yelled or raised his voice. He was definitely frustrated when he was being asked the same questions over and over again. And I've sat with Mr. Pappas in previous meetings where we've gone through these kind of meetings before. So I think he was a bit frustrated and tired of going through some of these meetings.
When you say you sat through some of these meetings before, what meetings are you talking about?
Previous meetings where they wanted to address Steve about other concerns in the past.
Do you recall what kind of concerns they were looking to address?
I can remember like chain of command was a big concern. That's all I can remember specifically.
Do you recall whether accusations that Mr. Pappas was not following chain of command?
Yes.
Did you make any comments during the investigatory interview on August 25th, 2025?
Not many. Steve was answering all the questions except for the one I told him not to answer. There was a question about, I believe it was Mr. Hoffman asked him, who do you trust? And I told Steve not to answer that question because it was a trap, or I thought it was a trap. And it also was not part of the allegations at that time. I feel like those were added after our meeting.
Did Mr. Pappas respond to that question?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said, I trust Jason.
Did he ever say he doesn't trust the superintendent?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall the HR director asking about anything during the investigatory interview?
The only thing I remember is him asking Steve, who do you trust?
Do you recall him asking about previous discipline by Mr. Pappas? Or alleged against Mr. Pappas?
No, I don't remember. Don't recall that.
Did Mr. Pappas ever raise his voice during this investigatory interview?
No.
Did he use profanity during this investigatory interview?
No.
In your opinion, was Mr. Pappas combative?
I think that depends on somebody's perspective. I wouldn't call it combative, but there was a time where he was asking the same question over and over again, but I wouldn't call it combative. Again, that's up to somebody's perspective or point of view.
What question was that?
He was asking Dr. Sturheim if she wanted him to leave the district.
Do you remember what the context of that question was?
No, because it wasn't part of the questions. That's where the questions kind of went sideways. I don't remember the context of how that came up.
Did district administration provide any documentation to Mr. Pappas during the investigatory interview?
No.
What about witness names?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas asking who, quote, talked about you behind your back, end quote?
No. He asked who wrote the statement. He didn't say who talked about him behind his back. He wanted to see the evidence. Like there was no evidence presented to us.
Did you ever make a comment that Mr. Pappas is handling himself better than you would have in that meeting?
Yes, I did.
Why did you say that?
Because it was very frustrating to be asked the same questions over and over again and to spend that much time talking about canned dog meat.
Did Mr. Pappas respond to all of the questions asked?
Except for the one that I advised him not to, yes.
Did you perceive Mr. Pappas as uncooperative during this meeting?
He answered all the questions, so I don't see that as being uncooperative.
Did you perceive Mr. Pappas' behavior as unprofessional during the interview?
No. The repeated asking of the questions, I think, is where he pushed them a little bit, where he was repeatedly asking the question.
To be clear, he was being repeatedly asked a question?
No, he was repeatedly asking if we wanted him to leave the district.
Okay. So that is the question that you felt was perhaps a little bit pushy, is that fair?
Yes, yes.
Did you perceive Mr. Pappas' behavior as disrespectful?
No.
Did you perceive Mr. Pappas' behavior as insubordinate?
No. He attended the meeting and answered all the questions.
Did any district administrator ask you to provide a witness statement concerning your presence at the August 6th new teacher induction?
No.
Did any district administrator ask you any questions about your attendance at the August 6th new teacher induction?
No.
Did any district administrator ask you to provide a witness statement concerning your presence at the August 25th investigatory interview?
No.
Did any district administrator ask you to provide any feedback on your presence at the August 25th interview?
No.
As a fellow administrator, principal, what are your thoughts of Mr. Pappas as principal?
So, Mr. Pappas is, he's a man of integrity and strength. He always does the right thing when no one else is doing the right thing. And he's a role model. He looks out for the weak. He looks out for the needy and the helpless and the people that other people don't look out for.
Do you have any examples of that?
I already gave one of him mowing somebody's lawn that was hurt.
Sitting right here, are there any of the others that you can think of? I know it's tough in the middle of all of this.
Yeah, following through with discipline, with things that parents would bring to us, students would bring to us, even though it's unpopular, where that person might be well liked in the community, and doing the right thing, no matter the local political pressure that might go along with it. An example was my very first year there, where several students were caught drinking in the stadium. They had some prominent parents in the community, and we did the right thing and followed the right steps. That's an example. Like, so despite the pressure, doing the right thing, even when it's tough to do those things.
I have no further questions.
Ross? How long have you been employed by the school district?
I believe 12 years.
In what capacity in the first?
Assistant principal at high school.
For how long?
I believe 6 years.
And you worked in that?
The year of COVID in 2020, the week before school, I was moved to the middle school till about November, and then I was moved back for about a month to the high school, and then moved back to the middle school for the rest of the school year. And then after that school year, moved to Fairview Elementary. And then I applied and got the job at Mount Elementary.
That's first.
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Pappas?
He's my friend and colleague.
So would you say that you're friendly outside of school?
Yeah.
Socialize?
Yes.
Families do things together?
Our families don't really do things together, but he and I socialize.
At the August 25th meeting that you were asked to attend with Mr. Pappas, you mentioned he asked you to be there as his representative, correct?
Yes.
At that meeting, did you discuss all of these allegations that were discussed at that time, correct?
Can you say that again, please?
At that meeting, there was a list of issues that the district wanted to speak with them about.
Yes.
And was one of those the induction meeting?
Yes.
Did you offer any information before that meeting as to the induction meeting?
I don't recall. No.
So as you were sitting there, you had been present at the induction, correct?
Yes.
You didn't offer any insight or witness any issues that you would witness at that time?
The only thing I can recall saying is they had originally asked him or accused him of the technology comment, and I said that I was the one that said that.
But other than that, you didn't offer any correct information, correct?
Not that I can recall.
Nothing further.
I know you're going to go down and talk to them, same thing for him. discuss. Line number 5, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Could we just give us one?
Oh, sure.
Looks like it without giving any reasons at all.
Let's just make it clear, you know, it should be accurate. Alright, we're going to do.
Do you swear or affirm that you're going to deal with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Before we get in here, I just wanted to address that cell phone in front of you. Do you want to explain why that's there?
The cell phone is here because I have hearing aids, so I need that to make adjustments.
Okay, you're not checking any notes on your cell phone, is that right?
No notes.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, what was your position with the Williamsburg Area School District?
For over 3 years, I was a building substitute teacher for Summerview Elementary School. I was hired by Mr. Steve Pappas.
Prior to substitute teaching, what did you do?
Prior to substitute, I was a teacher at Gettysburg Middle School.
And before that?
Prior to that, I was also in the military.
Where were you teaching, you said?
Gettysburg Middle School, I retired from there.
Okay, what was your position when you retired from Gettysburg Middle School?
I was a 6th grade teacher with various topics, depending on the school needed at the time.
Are you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
I direct your attention to Exhibit P28. It's in the binder in front of you. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And is this the subpoena that's compelling your attendance here tonight?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are being compelled to testify and no one can retaliate against you for your honest testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Pappas?
I had the opportunity to work with him as a principal at Summerview Elementary School. I was a building substitute teacher there, starting in 2022 and until middle October when I resigned as a building substitute teacher due to the conflict that was going on within that building and the school district.
When you say conflict, what do you mean?
The tension that was established with the removal of Mr. Pappas. There was a lot of tension, lack of leadership, lack of information being submitted by the administration on what's happening, and I felt that I could not work in that environment, so I would submit a letter of resignation to ESS, which is the contractor that I work for, sent one to the superintendent and to a board member. And prior to that, I think what we do once Steve is being stated, I would like to come back as a building substitute teacher.
I'm going to direct your attention to an incident that took place on September 11th, 2025.
Okay, the situation there was with a student. He incident began. Apparently there was a malfunction with the lift gate to remove the student. When I showed up in the back, there were several teachers back there. The student was sitting in a chair. The driver was trying to figure out what went wrong with the hydraulic system. And my opinion was he lacked knowledge of his equipment. To me, he put himself in chances of hurting himself because he did not know his equipment. Because it's hydraulic. He was standing in between the tailgate and the hopper, but everybody was trying to help him. And he was also on the phone with his supervisor trying to find out what to do and how to fix it.
How were you made aware that this incident had occurred?
I was just out of the office because the situation was called in, and I just took the initiative to go back to see if I could assist due to the fact that I had some experience working with construction equipment with hydraulics.
What office were you in at the time?
The main office was Summerview Elementary School.
Is that Mr. Pappas' office?
Yes.
Was Mr. Pappas in the office?
He came out of the office and said there was a situation was called in. He was on the phone dealing with a student and a grandmother, and I told him I'll go out and see what I could do.
So you told him that you would go check on the incident?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately what time in the morning?
I want to say about 8:10, because I just got there.
And when do you typically arrive at some of the elementary?
Anywhere from 8 o'clock to 8:10 in the morning.
Who was present when you arrived at the scene?
I know there was two teachers. One was Miss McFarland was there. Mr. Lego was there. I also know the head custodian came out. And the teacher aide, our student aide, was there in the van with the student. So he was safe with no problem with that, and I walked there.
Did you speak with Mr. Pappas about the incident?
I did. I went back and told him about the situation. The driver himself did not know his own equipment. He was on the phone, calling his boss, trying to figure out how to get the hydraulic system working. Like I said, I left to the fact that he wasn't listening to anybody. He was more in a panic mode, trying to get the system fixed.
When you say he, you mean the driver?
The driver was in a panic mode, yes.
Okay, but at that time, the student was safe,
The
right?
student was safe, yes, he was.
About how long were you at the scene on September 11th?
About 10 minutes.
And where was Mr. Pappas when you went back to speak with him?
Mr. Pappas was still on the phone with the problem that he was trying to solve.
When you say the problem you were trying to solve, you mean the other student issue?
Yeah, the other student issue right up. So there's no way he could be at two places in one car.
Did Mr. Pappas ever indicate or say to you that he could not push or pull as the reason why he was not at the scene?
No, he never said that.
As a substitute teacher, what are your thoughts on Mr. Pappas as a principal?
And the principal, and I've always told him he is a leader. He's not a politician. His first concern is the staff and the students. He doesn't worry about himself. Like I said, the school is his love and his joy. He puts a lot of effort into it. He makes you feel a part of the school. When I went there, we had a situation the first day of my observation as a substitute teacher with student pickup. I did not like the way it was done by the previous principals. To me, there was no accountability of the kids being picked up. So I suggested a process on how to pick the kids up, how to keep accountability. We initiated that. He was open, very open about learning it, listening. So I like the fact that I could walk and talk to him. And he was always open to ideas. And we tried it, and it works. Still, not today, where kids are picked up by parents using a number system, we have verified, and we have accountability for the kids. So, to me, the system is working. And everybody in the whole building has been adding to it and tweaking it. We always have little hiccups come up, but he's always open to ideas and to try new things. And which I like about him. He's willing to try new things. He doesn't shut you down. He has a great policy that his door's always open. And since I'm not even a teacher in this system, I feel like I can walk into him and talk to him about a problem. And I have many times. And I've had teachers come up to me and say, hey, we need to talk this, but I'm not sure how this happens. So I would walk in and tell them, hey, this is what's happening. The teachers want to approach you. And he says, yeah, bring them in, let's talk. So he's always had an open door policy when I was there. He never put anybody down. He's listening, and I like the fact that, he is a leader. He's not a politician in that building. He likes what he does. He's great for the kids. He works well with the parents, he works well with his staff.
Have you ever observed Mr. Pappas be unprofessional?
No. If he was unprofessional, I would not be there. I like leaders. I don't like politicians.
Mr. Campbell, did anyone from district administration ask you any questions about your presence on September 11th, on that incident on September 11th?
The only way I had to talk to was Mr. Pappas. He asked me to write a statement, which I sent out a statement of what happened, what I saw, what I was based on the information I was there.
Do you know if that statement was used for the business administrator?
That was, he was collecting all kinds of testimonies from other individuals, so I assume that he said about higher change and
Okay. Did anyone else from district administration ask you about the incident that took place on September 11th?
no, nobody in the administration decided Mr. Pappas.
Did anyone from district administration ask you about your experience with Mr. Pappas at all?
No, nobody asked me.
No further questions.
You're gonna be subject to cross-examination.
After that,
Good evening.
When, on September 11th, you mentioned that you were in the office, is that right?
yes, I walked into the office at that time.
How did you know who Mr. Pappas was talking to?
Say that again.
How did you know who Mr. Pappas was talking to?
Afterwards, the conversation I had with Mr. Pappas.
So Mr. Pappas told you who he was on the phone with?
He was, when I walked in, he was still on the phone.
And how did you know who he was talking to?
He kind of told me the individual's name, so I knew exactly who he's talking to and grandmother that was involved.
Do you know for a fact whether he was talking to who he said he was talking to?
Do you know? Okay, I'm going to answer that. I know who he was talking to, because I know, based on the terms he was talking, addressing the grandmother, yes.
So you actually heard his conversation with the grandmother?
He replied back with her name, yes.
So you heard that?
Yes.
And you said you spoke with Mr. Pappas afterward. Did you speak to him related to that conversation with the grandmother?
Afterwards, yes.
Did he explain to you what the issue was?
He explained that there was a situation which I've known with Mr. Pappas about this individual's doing.
Did he bring this up unsolicited, or did you ask him who he was talking to?
He basically just, based on his conversation and the information I got from everybody, who he was talking to.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Pappas?
Yes, my relationship with the company started off as an employee, as a contract employee, and throughout the years, I gained his trust, and he gained my trust, and I respected him, and I worked with him as an individual, caring just as much as he cares about the student. So we ended up creating a friendship.
So you would describe yourself as friends outside of school?
More friends outside of school, yes.
You would describe yourself as a friend?
I would describe myself as a friend to a lot of people.
Well, do you socialize with Mr. Pappas outside of school?
Socialize? Not on a daily basis. I mean, what do you want?
So you wrote letters of support for Mr. Pappas after he was correct? Say that again? You wrote letters of support for him, correct?
Letters of support?
Yeah, you wrote letters like to the board.
Oh, yeah. I wrote a letter to the board about A, my termination through the school district as a substitute teacher, B, that somebody in the administration contacted my employer, and the employer at headquarters was not really happy about me.
Did you write letters in support of Mr. Pappas?
I said yes.
And I noticed that the last meeting you spoke with Mr. Pappas while he was at the table, correct?
Yes.
During breaks. In fact, I think you gave him a umbrella, correct?
Where are you going with this?
I asked you a question.
Hey, you can ask me a question.
Well, I guess you don't have any friends. My answer is, he is a friend.
No,
And I have to treat friends with respect.
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Pappas?
No,
Not at all.
not at all.
Were you told what kind of questions you were going to be asked and expected to answer during this hearing?
I was asked about the situation by the man, by his attorney, and she asked me to explain what I saw, and I did, and that was it.
You're building something, right?
Yes,
Before you work. So that's a floater position, correct?
correct.
You work at any other sites other than some
Right now, yes.
before that, before all this?
Before that, I was a building substitute teacher in the Upper Adams School District.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, during the 2025 school year, 2025-26, year where from August to now, did you teach at any other district offices besides?
After I resigned, I went to Fairfield Elementary School.
And do you know how many days you actually served as a classroom substitute teacher?
No,
Do you know how many you served after Mr. Pappas left?
I'd say 4 or 5 days.
And you left after that? That's when you left, right?
That's when I got the tension there to me. When everybody's walking around, they won't talk, everybody's afraid to say anything due to the fact that they're afraid of their own child being, let's face it, the situation was not good. The students, the teachers, everybody was walking around afraid of their own jobs. It was not a good, it's probably still not a good situation there.
On September 11th, do you recall seeing this wagon outside?
No, I don't remember seeing her.
Thank you.
Look,
Very quickly on redirect. Mr. Campbell, just as a point of clarification, the morning of September 11th, you testified you were in the main office. Is that right?
yes, I was checking the office before I found out my assignments.
Okay, and that office is not the same thing as Mr. Pappas' office?
No, it's not in the Pappas office.
Okay. Is Mr. Pappas' office connected to the main office?
It's there's a door that goes in the back office, yes.
Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Okay.
Your excuse, and I think I would say it's special testimony. Thank you. Thank you. Good? All right. You're gonna hire her. She's gonna actually.
Future Director, you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good evening, Ms. Cobalt. What is your title in the school district?
I'm the secretary at Summit
And how long have you been the secretary at Summit?
since May 2022.
Prior to May 2022, were you employed by the school district in any way?
I was not.
Did you have any other employment before May 2022?
I taught at a small Christian school before I started working at Summit.
Ms. Koval, are you here pursuant to a subpoena this evening?
Yes.
I direct your attention to Exhibit P29. Is this the subpoena that compels your attendance? No, you're fine.
Yes, that's me.
Do you understand that you are being compelled to testify and that no one should retaliate against you for your honest testimony here today?
I do.
Are you nervous to be speaking here today?
100%.
Did you prepare a statement to be read today?
I did.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 32. Ms. Koval, do you recognize this document?
I wrote it.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
And when did you write it?
Monday during snow day.
Why did you write it?
I felt like I needed to have a voice in some of the claims that were against Mr. Pappas.
I'd like to invite you to go ahead and read your statement.
Hello, my name is Harmony Koval. I am the secretary at Summit View Elementary School. I have held this position in the Waynesburg Area School District since May of 2022. All of these years have been under the administration of Mr. Pappas. I have observed many of his accusations firsthand, but have not been able to physically step forward. I do not enjoy publicly speaking or being in front of large groups of people. Something like this is honestly my biggest fear. However, even with this crippling fear, I feel it necessary to explain my observation. I believe there have been false claims against Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas is a man of character. I have seen the time, effort, and money he has spent for the Waynesboro community firsthand for the past 4 years. He fights for what he believes to be right and chooses what is best for his students, staff, and overall well-being of the Summit View community and atmosphere. I have seen firsthand many times the things that he decides are for the greater good and not as what is necessarily best for him. I have also seen and heard many students, teachers, staff, parents, and grandparents speak highly of how Mr. Pappas has handled different situations. He makes it a priority to take the time to help when someone else is in need. I know very few times when a student has walked past the office and Mr. Pappas not know their name. I make it a personal goal of mine to know more names on back to school night each year than him, and I always lose. He has a way that he connects with people and allows them to be honest and comfortable around him. He has helped me address uncomfortable situations in the years that I have worked with him in a respectable and a reliable way. I have never felt insecure or concerned that he would not have his staff members back in a troubling situation. I have seen him approach his role as principal by serving others with a smile. I would like to recount 3 specific instances I observed as the secretary of Mr. Pappas, which have been called into question during this investigation, starting with the reading of the library books. First, to provide a little background, I begin each school year coming back to the office the beginning of August. This past August, the district had multiple watering projects taking place at each of the elementary schools. Summit View began being rewired, causing us to be without internet, printers, phones, and access to cameras for about 2 weeks throughout the beginning of August. During this time, I allowed Mrs. Salmon's mentor, Jen Smith, into the building 2 times from what I can remember. I was not able to work within Summit View my normal hours because of the ongoing watering project. I had never met Jen Smith before, but I had let her in because she explained that she was meeting Mrs. Salmon to go over things in the library. Jen Smith asked a member of the tech team to install a hotspot for her in order to work on the library during the watering issues. I was in and out of Summit View for the next couple of weeks, splitting my time there at Summit View, Clayton, and Fairview Elementary. Mr. Pappas did take time off for vacation, but he also was out of the building because of these wiring issues, administrative meetings, new teacher meetings, and an administration retreat. It was during this time while Mr. Pappas and I were often away that the majority of the reading of the books took place in the library. So Mr. Pappas and I were not aware to the fullest extent of what was being done. Next, in regard to the incident that happened on September 11th, I feel it is important that you know Mr. Pappas' background with this situation, because he was the most equipped to speak to CYS about the student concern that happened that day in the office. He needed to know that the student was being placed in foster care, and our entire staff was also aware of its urgency. Mr. Pappas has selflessly made sure that this student has been taken care of for many years prior to his placement into the foster care system. This was the most hectic day I have ever experienced in the office since starting in 2022. This was the first early dismissal day of the school year. Mr. Pappas was already on the phone in his office when I arrived the morning of September 11th. This is not typical, as Mr. Pappas and I would often work together each morning on teacher coverage or preparing the day around this time. I knew it was an urgent situation when he was on the phone as I arrived that morning. I had just settled in and was working on teacher coverage that day when Mrs. Walden's frantic call came through on the walkie-talkie. I don't recall what she specifically said, but I grabbed my walkie-talkie off my desk and moved as fast as I could after I heard her concerned voice. I popped my head into Mr. Pappas' office and told him I was headed out, looking at my walkie-talkie. It wasn't until after I was outside that Mrs. Walden called for more help on the walkie-talkie that Mr. Pappas could not push or pull. Yes, he did say that he could not push or pull. Our staff is aware of Mr. Pappas' physical limitations due to an injury that happened to him while he was an administrator at the high school. It was after the student was placed into a chair safely by his PCA that I made the decision to go inside and call the district to inform them of the issue concerning the malfunction of the van. I had just hung up the phone with the head of maintenance when Mr. Pappas came out of his office looking quite concerned. We quickly exchanged what each other had done in the last couple of minutes. I explained to him that there was an issue with the van and that the head of maintenance had been called and was on his way. Mr. Pappas had also explained to me the CYS phone call in his office. He told me that I would be receiving another phone call with information about the student's placement. This would be a new caregiver's name and address. The foster care student was also very sick this day, and we were unaware if we would have to send him early because of this. I feel the call Mr. Pappas had in his office was also a huge priority for safety of that student. The phone call was very urgent in order to make sure we as a staff were aware that he would be picked up by someone else that day. Mr. Pappas quickly went to the van once this exchange of communication happened in the office. I know many staff members were already outside around this time because that is where their assigned morning duties are. I believe there were other staff still on the scene with the malfunction of the van, but I do not know time frames or what was done outside during that time, as I was addressing the other students' needs in the office. Each day, I take notes in a notebook that I leave on my desk regarding big events or things that I need to refer back to later on. This typically includes student early dismissals, lists of staff out that day, and agencies that contact me and why. I am able to show you what my September 11th entry states. If you look at it, you can see I have two very prominent student situations listed there. I feel that two of the biggest situations that have been building up for years came to a head on that day. I wish I took more notes that day that I could share, but I feel that this depicts about how busy and hectic that morning was. In my opinion, Mr. Pappas trusted that I was taking care of the van situation as best as I could until he was able to arrive on the scene. We cannot be in two places at once, and I did not feel it necessary for him to be the one to have to resolve the issue. It was an issue with the van, plain and simple. As a whole, I feel that some of you did an excellent job as a building to ensure the safety of all students involved in the 2 situations that happened that day. Next, regarding the day that Mr. Pappas received his letter, when Dr. Sternheim and Dr. McCallum came to Summit on September 24th to hand Mr. Pappas his letter, I was aware of them coming that afternoon because a postal service worker requested Mr. Pappas to sign for a certified letter earlier. I do not know what was in that letter, but I do know that Mr. Pappas handled it professionally and communicated thoroughly to Dr. Sternheim and Dr. McCallum as soon as it was received. For more context, there is something that you need to know when you arrive at Summit Park where the buses pick up and drop off students. Due to the way that the wall juts out, you cannot see when someone is standing at the office window. Dr. Sternheim and Dr. McCallum entered the building through that far door and entered into the office from the nursing side of the office. They walked in, shut the door. Mrs. Khan was standing outside the office window when they had entered the building. They would not have been able to hear her see her with how the structure of the building is. I did not overhear the conversation that took place behind that closed door. I was on the phone about a student bus issue, so I am unaware of what was being communicated. I do not recall Mrs. Khan coming to me during her planning period that day, but I do know for a fact that she was around the office when Mr. Pappas was handed that letter from the superintendent. When Dr. Sternheim and Dr. McCallum walked through the nurse's office to head to the stage, Mrs. Khan asked me if she could speak to Mr. Pappas. Up to this point, I was unaware that Mr. Pappas was given a letter from the superintendent. I told her I didn't know and that I would have to ask. When I walked into his office to ask, I saw that Mr. Pappas was visually upset, and upon my question, he said, "No, not now." It was after that point that Mrs. Khan had left the office. Finally, to conclude my statement, I simply want to make sure that you are aware that there are 2 sides to every story being told. I am frustrated with our district stating that Mr. Pappas was under an administrative leave and under pending investigations. Yet as someone who was an observer of many of these incidents firsthand, I was never questioned on any of these accusations. Mr. Pappas and I work very well together, and I have never felt uncomfortable in any way to be around him. I believe that he truly cares for the people he works with, and more importantly, that he strives to be a principal our students and staff need. I know there are many teachers that are still afraid to speak up, but I, for one, cannot sit back and allow this to happen without you hearing my side of what I have seen in the office. I hope that me reading this letter can be an example of standing up for truth, just like I know Mr. Pappas would do. Thank you.
Ms. Cobalt, did Mr. Pappas ask you to write the statement?
No,
Did Mr. Pappas help you write the statement?
no,
Did I help you write the statement?
no. My husband was the only one that I have communicated this with.
No further questions.
You're gonna be subject to some questions. Did I have to?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
How long have you worked for this?
Since May 2022,
And in what capacity have you been employed at that time?
just as the secretary.
And you work under Mr. Pappas, right?
Yes,
You worked under any other principals?
not within our school district.
And when did you start with the district?
May of 2022.
And in that time period, you worked under any assistant superintendent?
Rephrase, please.
Yes. Did you work under Mr. Pappas? He was the principal the entire time you've been there, right?
Except for when these accusations were placed on him, yes.
Who's the principal now? Or acting principal?
Mr. Blake.
And you have a good relationship with Mr. Klein?
I have nothing against him. I started it a long time ago.
Why is that?
When did all of this start taking place? That it was parent-teacher conferences when we were made aware that his accusations were public. So it was around that time, actually probably around Thanksgiving break was when I started and just did not feel comfortable coming forward.
Did you discuss your testimony today with Mr. Pappas at any time?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Pappas' attorney?
Today,
Right?
she called me and we spoke.
Do you recall when you first spoke with Mr. Pappas' attorney?
Saturday,
Do you recall that conversation?
I have been to the past 2 hearings and I heard a lot of my name being tossed out and I felt that the board needed to hear my side of the story as well.
And did you contact Mr. Pappas' attorney or did she contact you?
I addressed her after that second hearing and told her that I felt my voice needed to be heard.
Did you ask her to issue a subpoena for your testimony?
I did.
Can I ask why? You could have testified.
I do not do well standing forward. If I imagine you as kindergartners or first graders, that would be a lot easier for me to be in front of you. I'm fearful of being in front of people.
But why did you ask for a subpoena?
I felt legally that was what I should do.
But you can't do it of your own volition, correct?
Yes,
You would have come even if you hadn't been subpoenaed, correct?
yes.
I have nothing.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Everything that I asked, don't talk with anybody else about it. That's the books.
I'm gonna go throw up now. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Ms. Tyler, good evening. What is your title at the Wayne Area School District?
I am the TSS coordinator at Southern Elementary.
And how long have you been the MTSS coordinator?
This is my 15th.
Have you been a TSS coordinator elsewhere?
I was MTSS coordinator at Hooverville. The title was then IST approximately 22 years ago.
Are you here pursuant to a subpoena, Ms. Mann?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to P24, the binder in front of you. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Is this a subpoena that compels your attendance tonight?
Yes, it does.
Do you understand that you are compelled to be here today and no one should retaliate against you for your honest testimony this evening?
I understand that.
How do you know Mr. Pappas?
He is the building principal. This was his 5th year. He became building principal when I became MTSS at some year.
Did you know him prior to him becoming principal?
No, I did not know him personally, although his son Isaac was in my science class.
And I should have asked this question. Prior to being a TSS coordinator, did you teach at Summer View?
Yes, I taught Southern View 7 years.
One of the charges against Mr. Pappas concerns the WASD, LIU, MTSS monthly meetings. Can you please explain to us what those meetings are?
Last year, we as MTSS coordinators, met with the trainer from the LIU, and the purpose was to look at our MTSS process and to refine it and to move forward, making some consistency things across the school district. That was the purpose, and we met with several, we met 10 different times throughout the course of the school year.
You already said this 10 different times. They held approximately monthly.
They were held monthly, and then in June, there was an all-day training that we were working on. It was for the coming school year.
How long are these meetings typically?
They lasted 2 hours during the school year, and then 7 hours that day in June.
Where are these meetings held?
They were held at Williamsburg Senior High, and it's called the Family Life Center.
Did you attend these meetings?
Yes.
Did you attend all of the meetings?
Yes, I've been right at all of them.
Did Mr. Pappas attend these meetings?
He attended those meetings.
Do you know if he attended all of the meetings?
I think he missed one of the meetings or a portion of one of the meetings.
Would you sit with Mr. Pappas during these meetings?
Some of the meetings I sat with him, some of the meetings I did not sit with him, but the majority of them I sat with him.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas ever making fun group assignments during these meetings?
No, I do not recall him making fun of our group assignments. They related directly to the task that we were working on as far as working with our MTSS process and what we're going to do with it moving forward.
Did Mr. Pappas participate in the group assignments?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Pappas making comments about lack of leadership in the school district?
I heard the comment about the leadership. The context was our trainer was asking us to give honest feedback to help us with the MTSS process. It was during the March or April meeting that I heard the comment about the lack of leadership. She was asking us for our honest opinion. It could have been Mr. Pappas saying it. It could have been someone else. I do not recall exactly who said it.
Who was the trainer in these meetings?
Tony Moret.
And why was she asking for honest feedback?
The meetings in March and April talked about the MTSS process, how we were going to hold it, what we were going to do to move it further along. It was talking about leadership. It talked about how the leadership was going to look at our families, how it was going to look at our district.
And from there, the trainer asked for honest feedback.
Yes, the trainer asked. We were in groups at that time, and I know that the trainer asked us to give our input to that, and then we shared how as a group.
Were you in Mr. Pappas' group during that discussion?
I cannot recall if I was in this group during that discussion.
Did you ever observe Mr. Pappas being disrespectful during these monthly meetings?
No, I did not. I did not see him being disrespectful. He did ask questions of the trainer and some of the administration in our buildings or in our district in regard to questions that were being asked and the comments that were being brought up about the district and how to improve and things were going well.
Did you observe Mr. Pappas being unprofessional at these meetings?
No, I did not observe that.
As a district professional, what are your thoughts, Mr. Pappas, as a principal?
I believe that everything he was doing at Sunview was best, was what was being best for our students. He had the interest of our students in mind and implemented our service with a smile, and he definitely believed in serving and being a leader by serving.
Did anyone from the administration ask you any questions about Mr. Pappas' conduct during these monthly meetings?
No.
Did anyone from the administration ask you to provide a statement in relation to Mr. Pappas' conduct during these meetings?
No.
And no further questions. Thank you.
Here the subject is cross-examination.
How long did you do for that school?
Could you speak a little louder, please?
Sure. How long have you been employed by the school?
This is my 40th year of part of the school district.
And what is your title now?
My title was MTSS coordinator at elementary.
And what is your certification?
My bachelor's degree is in elementary education. My master's degree is in educational administration.
You were here by student, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ask for this communication?
The lawyer said the subpoena would be issued.
Did you ask the attorney to issue the subpoena?
No.
Do you know why she issued a subpoena on your behalf?
Objection calls for speculation.
I asked if she knows.
It's fair game. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, that would be legal arguments on credibility and stuff. Just saying, it's not the most important thing in the world based on law records.
I agree.
We can answer.
Could you repeat the question?
Do you know why she issued a subpoena?
Yes, you said it was for our protection as an employee of the school district.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Pappas related to your testimony?
No.
Did you have a conversation with his attorney related to your testimony?
The only conversation I had with his attorney was when she called and asked me questions.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Pappas?
He is the principal of the school where I work.
Do you have any kind of relationship with him outside of school?
No, I do not.
And how long have you known him?
I know him and was working as principal this 5th year, and then I didn't really meet him when I had his son Isaac, but I did have his son Isaac in my science class in 4th grade.
I have nothing on the direct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other thing I ask you is just don't talk back to testimony.
We are prepared to call Mr. Pappas, but I would like to ask for indulgence for a few minutes so we can use the restroom before we turn on.
Sure.
These are not
I'm saying
appointments.
realistically more like
10 minutes.
She is on this ITSS. Someone else. I think it might be free. Nothing else.
Let me go out.
In the back there's a school district employee that's dealing with the volume. Yes, is there anybody back here? All right, I had a couple of people, not up here, that just said, could you turn up the volume? I guess I'm talking a lot louder. So should we just speak louder? All right. All right. Attorney Faulkner, somebody pointing at you. On September 11th, 2025, relative to the stipulation on chain of command. Mr. Golf, I'm going to turn that over to you to address what the district is willing to stipulate to regard to Exhibit number 12, and how that relates to the incident that was part of the charges emanating from September 11th, 2025. You're going to have to get close, sorry.
On statement of charges, number 6 issued on the September 11th allegations. And from that day.
Deliberations,
That's correct. Exhibits 12, 21, and 22 will be provided through camera. Exhibit 22 will be further redacted.
That is correct.
Agreed.
Okay, at this point, I'll further this on Mr. Pappas, which is witness number 8, if I'm counting.
That's correct. Actually, I'll turn to this side. You.
Mr. Pappas, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Pappas, I want to start with your history. Can you provide the board a synopsis of your education?
Yes, I have a degree in secondary education, 7 to 12 as a teacher. I have and that's a certification, certification from the state of Pennsylvania. I have a certification from the state of Pennsylvania for administration, K to 12. And I also have a superintendent's letter of eligibility from the state of Pennsylvania.
And what about your education?
My education, I have a Bachelor's of Arts in Social Studies, secondary education. I have a Master's in Educational Leadership, and I'm very soon to complete my doctorate in Educational Leadership.
Do you have an anticipated graduation date for that doctorate?
Not at this time.
Can you walk through your employment history?
Yes. I worked for Manitoba Incorporated as a teacher in York City, in Pennsylvania. And then I was a teacher at Dover Area High School for 3 years. And then I became an assistant principal for 5 years at West Shore School District. And then this is my 13th year here at Waynesboro Area School District as a principal.
Okay. And 13 years ago, were you hired as the principal of high school?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you principal of high school?
8 years.
And after that?
This is my 5th year at Summerview Elementary School as a principal.
Okay. Mr. Pappas, I want to walk us through the charges.
Okay.
All right? We're going to start with charge 1, related to the alleged statements made concerning WAEA on August 6th of 2025. Are you familiar with New Teacher Luncheon?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that what was taking place on August 6th?
Yes.
What is the New Teacher Luncheon?
It's a time where mentors and new teachers, administration, board members, I believe, were there. And it's a time where we just have a time of fellowshipping and talking and introducing everyone and just enjoying a lunch at the high school cafeteria.
Were you present?
Yes.
And we already heard testimony on this, but for clarification, were you assigned seating at this luncheon?
I sat with, and what's typically done with everyone, we sit with the new teachers and their mentors from our building.
Who do you recall sitting with during this luncheon?
To my left was Sierra Garofalo. Next to her was Katie Cook. Next to her was Peyton Henderson. Next to her was Lindsay Salmon. And then next to her, and to my right, was Jennifer Smith.
During this luncheon, did you make any statements advising teachers against joining WAEA?
No.
Did you derogate the WAEA in any way?
No.
Did you engage in any argument with the representative of WAEA?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever engaged in an argument with the representative of WAEA?
No, ma'am. No.
Did you say that teachers have a choice to join the union?
I did.
To your knowledge, do teachers have a choice as to whether to join the union?
Yes.
How do you know that?
When I first became a teacher at Dover Area High School, Joel Regal was my principal. One of the first things he told me was, Steve, you may not know this because your first year here, you do not have to join the union if you do not want to. In Pennsylvania, it's your choice.
And at that time, was that principal your supervisor?
Yes.
Did you ever confirm that information with anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
Talked to the PA Principals Association, their HR director.
When did you do that?
I think I talked to her this year, I don't know the date.
Why did you talk to her?
I asked her that because of an allegation that I saw with this week.
Did you believe that you needed authorization to say that teachers have a choice as to whether to join the union?
No, ma'am.
Are you anti-union?
No, ma'am.
Are you involved in any anti-union organizations?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been involved in a grievance arbitration as a teacher?
No, ma'am.
How about as a principal?
It's possible, but nothing that stood out. I did have to go through a Loudermill hearing as a principal. That's what I can recall.
Okay, is this your own Loudermill hearing?
No, this was a Loudermill hearing for a teacher that had worked at the high school.
Have you ever been involved in an unfair legal practice as a teacher?
No.
Have you ever been involved in an unfair legal practice as a school principal?
Toward myself?
Against you?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been a witness in an unfair legal practice?
No.
Have you ever been a witness in a grievance arbitration?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to direct your attention to the second charge concerning the allegations of the holiday meal discussion that took place around that. What is new teacher induction?
New teacher induction is something that goes on for 2 years for our new teachers. They basically learn a lot of the ropes for our district. Sometimes even for state expectations and things that they have to do as a new teacher. So it's a lot of information being given to our new teachers. And again, it's something mandatory by the state. And as principals, we do get involved with that to do different activities, to do different sessions with the teachers. I know this year in August, I think it might have been August 7th of 2025, my supervisors had me teach a session with the new teachers on professionalism and ethics.
And what was that about? What were you teaching in terms of professionalism and ethics?
Well, I was teaching them the code of conduct, our handbook, how a teacher should be as a professional in school. And I do think that's a very serious thing. I think teachers need to always be aware of everything they need to know to protect themselves, to protect our schools, protect our district. So again, it's just giving them an overall perspective of, as a professional teacher in our school district, this is how you are to behave.
Who asked you to teach that?
I believe it was Dr. McCallum. Last year, I was also asked to teach that from Dr. Sternerheim.
Did you teach it last year as well?
I did not.
Why not?
I was put on unpaid suspension for 5 days, and it was over that time.
We will get to that. During new teacher induction this August, was there any discussion concerning cafeteria?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how that came up?
Yes.
How?
So part of the faculty handbook, it talked about school lunches and as employees, what that looks like, price and stuff like that, or if you would like to purchase it. Again, some of these sessions, especially handbook sessions, it's a lot to be talking about. So they're usually pretty loose conversations. So that came up, and if you can imagine, there's a large group of people in the library at the high school, kind of the works session area with desks, and comments about school lunch came up. And people were pretty jovial. It was easygoing. Everybody was talking about it. And I would say we were all getting off task, but it wasn't anything abnormal. Again, there were new teachers that went to that high school, and that was happening. So Mrs. Everhart, who's the principal of this school here at Hooverville, she kind of stopped the conversation and said, "But you guys got to have a holiday lunch." So when she said that, I was standing in the back. I believe all the other administrators were more up in the front. And I can recall two new teachers and then Mrs. Hennepel, Dr. Sternheim's secretary, sitting right there. And I said, I speak loudly. So I said, well, I'm a pig eater, and I am a 47-year-old man who has never had condiments, just to tell you. I'm an extremely pig eater. And I said out loud, I said, I've been here for 13 years, and I've never had the holiday meal because I think it looks like canned meat.
And again, everyone's laughing. So I said I didn't think anything of it, and then that conversation ended and it moved on.
Do you recall any other principals discussing food at the cafeteria?
Yes, as I said, there were all kinds of comments being made about school lunches. And I'm not going to say they were saying specifically this school lunch, but school lunch in general was being talked about. There were words being described, the S word was used by the administrator. People, again, everyone was laughing, everybody was pretty loose in that conversation.
Now, Mr. Pappas, I will ask, do you use profanity?
I know.
Okay. So I'm going to ask, when you say S word, do you mean shit?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that somebody referred to the cafeteria food as shit during this discussion?
School lunch, yes.
Your discussion or your statement regarding canned meat, did you intend to ridicule or disrespect the food service or its efforts?
No.
Are you aware of any rift that was caused with the food service employees as a result of your statement?
No.
Do you feel your comments were unprofessional?
Not in the context that they were made, because everyone was joking, and I was kind of poking fun of myself.
And by that you mean you were making fun of the fact that you're a picky eater?
Yes.
Do you feel that your comments were inappropriate?
No, not due to the context of what it was.
We heard some testimony that you heard today from Mr. Weatherall concerning your relationship with the cafeteria and the food service workers.
Mm-hmm.
And he had testified that you take your time to speak with them. Is that true?
Yes, I don't deal with people based on title. I'm not a respecter of persons. I think we all need to be treated the same no matter who we are, no matter what kind of education we have, no matter where we live. So I don't do that to people.
After this statement on August 6th of 2025 concerning canned meat, did any food service workers approach you with any frustration?
No.
Did anybody approach you with any disgust or frustration concerning your statement until it was brought to you, your attention by administration?
No, they did not.
We also heard some testimony that you were accused of making derogatory statements with regards to technology and IT services. Do you recall that?
I recall yes, I recall that I was accused of that.
What is your recollection of that statement?
I didn't make it.
Who did?
Jason Weatherall.
All right, move us forward to the incidents taking place regarding the Summerview Library. When were you made aware that there was something going on at the Summerview Elementary Library?
August 8th, a little before 5 p.m.
How did you find out?
Mrs. Cobalt, the secretary who you heard from this evening, she had said you should go down to the library. I think they're doing something down there. I said, okay. It was near the end of the day. I had just come in from not being in the building because we didn't have internet or anything like that, but I wanted to check in before the end of the week, before the weekend. I went down to the library and I saw piles and piles of books all over. I saw signs that said discard. I believe there were other signs that didn't say trash or discard, but there were signs posted basically saying people can take these books. I was unaware at that moment how many books actually were listed that way.
Was there a reason why you weren't aware of this beforehand?
I don't know why I wasn't made aware. Knowing what happened, I would think they would be contacting me as the principal of the individuals who did this before they did it. They did not. So it was like, I was in complete shock. That's how I can describe it, complete shock. Knowing that other school districts, I have some friends that are superintendents and a brother-in-law was a superintendent up in Berks County, and I know that a high school took out 3,000 books And that community went in an uproar. And I'm thinking to myself, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, I don't want this for our community. It just was shocking. And then 2 more work days, we were having back to school night. So I was like, what are we going to do with all these books? So I was completely shocked.
Now, during that week of August 8th, was there a reason that you were not regularly in summoning?
Yes, the last days we could take off for the summer for admin were the 4th and 5th, and I did take off those days to be with my family. And then we didn't have internet services in the school that we could. Unfortunately, with what we do in schools today, whether it's the students or even the administrators, you don't have technology, it's like you can't do much. So I was working in other building, I believe it was in Mallory, and we also had admin meetings that we could play where, we might even have some at the high school, I don't recall, but I was either on vacation for 2 days or at admin meetings or working at Mallory because we didn't have internet at our school.
Well, and one of those days you were with the new teachers for the new teacher.
Yes, that was August 6th, yes.
And on August 6th, you were with Ms. Smith.
I was, she was sitting right to my right next to me.
Did Ms. Smith say anything to you on August 6th concerning the library?
She said nothing about the library books on August 6th, and we sat there, I would say about 45 to 60 minutes, and she was right next to me. And we had conversations, the whole table did, we did, Jen and I, Mrs. Smith, but never brought anything up about the library. Miss Santa was there too, she never brought up anything about the library. So yeah, nothing, and that was on the 6th, and I found out on the 8th.
And Mrs. Smith is not the librarian assigned to Summit View.
That is correct.
Who is the librarian at Summit View?
Mrs. Lindsay Salmon, since I've last been there, so I'm guessing she still is.
I'm going to direct your attention to P1, the binder in front of you. Please take some time to review this document. Mr. Pappas, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I recognize what this is.
And we'll start with the first page of P1. What is this?
If you were to walk into the library at Southernville Elementary from the office side, when you walk in, that kind of is the first aisle on your left. And so these are books that were marked discarded on the inside cover with a rubber red stamp that were taken out of circulation that week at Southernville.
Is this what you saw on August 8th when you went to the library?
I did, yes. There were some signs that said discard. But again, I mentioned there was another sign that was in the old book.
Who took this photo?
I believe I did.
I'm going to direct your attention to the second page of P1. And again, can you describe what this is?
Yeah, so this is on the other side of the library, and in between this front shelving, the front shelving of these books, there's another aisle behind it, and there's another shelf against that glass there. So it's just piles of books that were being discarded or available.
I'm going to turn to the next page, and again, explain what we're looking at in this image.
All right, so what you just saw on the second page was that glass in the background. This is the glass in that background, and they were the books that were piled on top. And when I saw these, I was unaware that it was over 3,000 books. I guess I was so shocked. I was saying, oh, a couple hundred. I didn't count at that moment.
When did you find out it was over 3,000 books?
I believe I found out it was over 3,000 books on August 14th when I met with Dr. McCallum, Mrs. Smith, forgive me, but the librarian from Fairview Elementary School, and she had brought a association rep with her to that meeting. And we had that meeting on the 14th of August at Southernview's Library around 3 o'clock.
And that's where you learned that there were approximately 3,000 or over 3,000 books that had been needed out.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that these books are purchased with taxpayer dollars?
That's my understanding, yes.
Did that concern you at all when you saw this?
1,000%. That's what put me in shock, and I didn't know how we were going to respond to parents and taxpayers with this. And again, our school was going to be having like a back-to-school open house in 2 work days, and I didn't know what we were going to do with it.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 2, the binder. Now, Mr. Pappas, did you follow up with Ms. Smith concerning the quotes that have been made out?
So as soon as I saw everything, I tried to get Dr. McCallum to come and go as my direct supervisor. I wanted to give her a heads up that had happened. But then I also was made aware, I think this is kind of what had come down after I was down in the library. So she had made me aware that Mrs. Smith had been there. She had mentioned that Mrs. Smith was there, Mrs. Smith's husband was there, a former teacher that works for the YMCA was there. She had mentioned these people were coming in and out of our building, and then she had heard that teachers were letting these people in and out of the building throughout the week. So I tried to call Dr. McCallum, and I started, once I knew it was Mrs. Smith that was involved, I started communicating with Mrs. Smith via email, but I was also blind copying Dr. McCallum so she could see that. And I think I was communicating with Dr. McCallum as well on text messaging. Again, it was a little before 5 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock on a Friday. So I get it that the timing was what it was. But to me, if we just left it there, we needed people to be aware of what was happening. And I definitely wanted to make my supervisor aware of what was happening. So I was right away communicating with them. Also, when Mrs. Smith had responded, I don't know with Stacy Snowberger. Stacy Snowberger, Mrs. Snowberger, she had just retired from the Summit Library. Mrs. Snowberger, and I worked with a lot of, worked with a lot of good librarians. When it came to knowing your job, staying focused, focusing on the kids, she was the best. And I knew that she has had an instructional 2 certificate from the state of Pennsylvania, which is the highest you can get as a librarian or any educator if you're a teacher. She had that for 22 years. Mrs. Smith had an instructional 1, which is entry, for only 3 years. She was a new librarian. And she didn't know our building like Mrs. Snowberger did. And I'm going to the expert when we need to know what we do. So Mrs. Snowberger on the phone had told me all about the weeding process. So I understand.
I'm going to object to your saying.
I'm just going to allow it in. I'm going to allow it in for purposes of background and context and let the board sort through.
Thank you.
So Mrs. Snowberger gave me the reasoning for weeding, and it all made sense. And when I was an assistant principal, West Shore, I did a lot of Destiny. We had a librarian for a while, so I kind of knew that process too. Destiny is coming. I apologize.
That's okay.
And so I had that, but I got that from Mrs. Snowberger. So as I talked to her, I was continuing to email Mrs. Smith and communicating with Dr. McCallum with it all. So it was a Friday afternoon, and I know that Dr. McCallum and I kind of ended it on saying, let's talk to Dr. Sperhine on Monday about it. And I had asked Mrs. Smith not to do anything further to the library. It wasn't just books, there was other things that were moved out of there. And she communicated some things that I think have already been brought up.
Okay.
So
let me direct your attention to Exhibit P2. Now you take a look at this. Do you recognize this document?
yes,
What is this?
that is an email that I am asked, I'm requesting, and that's what I said, nothing further is done in the library regarding the removal of books, furniture, or any other resources. Thank you. And that was an email from me to Mrs. Smith. And I also included the individual from Fairview, I believe her name is, it looks like Lauren, because I was told she was there with Mrs. Smith. And then Lindsay, who is Southview's librarian.
And you sent this on Friday, August 8th, 4:50 p.m.? That's
what it says, yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to page 2 of Exhibit 2.
Okay.
At the very bottom of this page.
Okay.
You see the time on Friday, August 8th, 2025 at 5:27 p.m. Jennifer Smith, then her email, response. Does that accurately reflect the response that she provided to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, in this she says that there's a lady from the preschool coming on Monday to take the weeded books. The teachers don't want, I don't remember her name, but she will need to be contacted. Did you respond to Ms. Smith?
I did.
And what did you say?
I said I would appreciate if you would contact her. I don't want anything else touching our library. Thank you, Steve.
And did you again mind copy Dr. McCallum?
I did.
I direct your attention to page 3 of Exhibit 2. And at 5:33 p.m., Ms. Smith wrote to you, can you give me her name and number? Does that accurately reflect her response to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what Ms. Smith was talking about?
No, ma'am.
Did you respond to Ms. Smith?
I believe I did, yes.
All right, direct your attention to the next page.
Yes.
There's an email from you at 5:38 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what are you saying?
So this is my response to her with that. It says, hi, Jen. I'm not being funny or trying to be rude, but I have no idea who this person is, and I'm concerned that an agreement was made with her without my understanding of what was going on. In my opinion, I think it is your responsibility to contact this person and tell them they cannot have the books. I had to contact Diana, that's Dr. McCallum, because I don't know if what we're doing is what's best for taxpayers' money / school resources. Thank you for understanding, Steve.
Did Ms. Smith respond to you? I'll direct your attention to the next page.
Yes.
In the middle of this page, there's an email dated Friday, August 8, 2025 at 5:53 p.m. An email from Ms. Smith.
That is correct.
Okay. And in this email, she writes, I'm actively trying to find her name, but I'm struggling. If I can't find her name and contact info, I'll be there Monday AM to stop from removing any books. Weeding a library is something that happens every few years. Stacy did weed, but not heavily. Laura and I would be happy to meet with you Tuesday and show you our guidelines for weeding and the staff of the SMB library. We can also tell you the things we did at HB and MW with our books. What is HB?
HB, Riverville Elementary School right here, where we are.
And MW?
Mallory Elementary School.
And in this email, Ms. Smith states that weeding the library is something that happens every few years. Was it your understanding that weeding happens every few years at Sunapee Elementary?
My understanding it happened every year, especially when we put in things with our budget to order new books based on student interest and what kid want. We do take out a chunk of books, not again 3,000, but we're talking to Mrs. Snowberger, max 100, typically max.
And again, that information you gathered from conversations with Snowberger, correct?
Yes.
Did you take Ms. Smith's email as an invitation to discuss the weeding process?
She said she would be happy to meet in that email. Again, knowing this, what I knew from Mrs. Snowberger, so I don't think she was inviting me to answer your question. She was offering that. But know what I knew from Mrs. Snowberger, what I knew that we're starting school very soon. I didn't want to add something to somebody who wasn't in my building. I didn't want to interfere with Mr. Wendell, who is her supervisor. So I just told her I did not need to meet. I do understand the process. That's what my email says here. And I just want to focus on getting Lindsay ready to teach that to Mrs. Snapman. I didn't want her to have to worry about 3,000 books. What are we doing with it right when we're starting? She was brand new in the public school system. She'd never been in this role before. I wanted her to just focus on the kids.
When you're saying, referring to this, you mean the email on the last page of Exhibit P2?
That is correct. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. This is your response to Ms. Smith, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you have also testified that you were communicating with Dr. McCallum during this time as well.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you blind copied her, as we saw in Exhibit 2, but I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 3.
Okay.
You can go ahead and flip through these pages quickly.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about them.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
Screenshots of text messages that I had with Dr. McCallum. And that started on August 8th at 4:52 about the library.
Okay. And on August 8th at 4:52, you sent a text to Diane, Dr. McCallum, correct?
Dr. McCallum, yes.
And you write, I sent you an email, blind copy, and we can talk to you about something. Give me a call if you can, thank you.
Correct.
How did Dr. McCallum respond to you?
You can give me a call.
Did you call her?
Yes.
And there's a follow-up text message. Thanks for talking to him. What are you referencing there?
That could have been about something else that she had referenced in our conversation. Yeah.
And then you say, I just need to know what I can do and who can speak to Jen and Lauren about doing that to our building.
Yeah. From what I recall, the conversation wasn't too quick. She was busy with something. It was kind of end of the day. She had referenced that she's trying to get out and do things. So we just continued in the text chain.
Okay. And Dr. McCallum then responds to you. Let's see how Jen responds to the email.
Mm-hmm. Yes. She says if she doesn't respond Monday, give her a call and ask what is going on. Dr. McCallum continued and said, I wonder if she has done the same thing in Hooverville and Maui, just the principal doesn't know it.
And then you responded to Dr. McCallum.
Yes, I continued with our text. I said, she, meaning Mrs. Smith, just responded. I blind copied you, and that's to Dr. McCallum. I said, I can't believe what I'm saying and hearing from her. I think I meant seeing, and I could clarify that. I said seeing and hearing, not saying.
And then you write here again, Stacy Snowberger said maybe 50 a year, but not 1,000.
Yeah. Yes.
And was this a reference to part of the conversation you had with Dr. McCallum? Over the phone?
No, this is something that I learned that from Stacy because I called her at that time. I don't know really if I respond. I must have said it because, again, from August 8th, I don't remember exact words of that conversation. It was very short, and I knew she was busy with something, leaving work. But I did reiterate that, yes, Mrs. Snowberger said not. And again, I didn't know how many, but I guess my guess then was 1,000. And then I did continue and said this wasn't a good time to do this when Lindsay's a brand new teacher and she needs to get things organized. And then I continued and stated she's confusing me. I just sent another email and I did tell her that I hadn't talked to. So that's me telling Dr. McCallum that I gave Mrs. Smith the heads up that I was talking to my direct supervisor about this. And I referenced to Dr. McCallum. You'll see that in the email.
And then finally, you write to Dr. McCallum, if you want me to handle this differently, please just let me know. I'm trying to make sense of this.
Yeah, so I wanted to make sure that my supervisor was okay with how I'm doing things. That's why I was keeping her in the loop with my communication. So yes, that's what I said to her in text. If you want me to handle this differently, please just let me know. I'm trying to make sense of all this. Yes.
And Dr. McCallum responded that responses are good.
She responded pretty quickly with a text message, responses are good. And then she said, weird that she doesn't know who is coming in. You could ask her who made the arrangements. And then I did continue that, and I said, she told me she made the arrangements with this woman, and all she's saying is she knows she has gray hair. I said, this sounds really weird. You'll see the email. Then I said, I'm sorry to be bothering you with this, and that was me saying that to Dr. McCallum, but I've never run into a situation like this before.
Now, why did you say I'm sorry to be bothering you with this?
Well, I was trying to be kind because I knew it was a Friday afternoon, but at times I never know what do I share with my direct supervisor, what do I not. There's never any clarity there. And that's not just with Dr. McCallum. So I didn't want her to be mad. I have been under scrutiny for a long time in this district, so I was trying to say, look, I'm not trying to bother you, but again, I think 3,000, all those books, again, at that moment, I didn't 3,000. I thought it was a lot. It's something that my supervisor should know for the shock factor, for the amount of money that it would cost the district and what it costs the taxpayers. So I wasn't trying to be an annoyance. Sometimes, again, if I ask questions or something, I always feel like I'm an annoyance.
Did Dr. McCollum respond to you?
She did. She said, I saw some of them referencing the email. One looked like Jen asking me for this person's contact. And then Dr. McCollum said, not a bother, I'm glad you told me. And then I did continue, and I said, yes, I don't know who it is, ... and then I said, thank you.
Now, we've heard testimony about something called Follett.
Correct.
What is Follett?
Follett is the company that owns, I believe, Destiny. Destiny is a program that we use to scan in and out our library books.
I started talking about this before. How did you become aware of Destiny?
Well, I knew about Destiny before I came to Waynesboro, because it's an assistant principal at Hillside Elementary School in West Shore. We didn't have a librarian for a little time, so I got to do some of the book scanning in and out. So I was familiar with that. And we had used it at the high school as well here. So I had an understanding of what it was and how the system is used.
Did you discuss the Follett and did you discuss the Follett software with any of the librarians at Summit View?
At that moment, or at any time?
At any time.
Yeah, I've had conversations with Mrs. Snowberg about it. I've never had one with Mrs. Salmon, and she started great, no, I have not. But I've had on and off conversations about it with Mrs. Snowberg over the years, yes.
Okay. Now, after the email and text exchange on August 8th, did you have occasion to meet with Ms. Salmon and or anybody else at Summit View Library concerning the books at Summit View Library?
We did meet on August 12th.
Okay. Where did you meet?
We met in the library at Summit View.
And why?
I had told, so on that Friday, the 8th, Dr. McCollum had said that we could speak to Dr. Sermon on Monday, August 11th, about the library situation. I said, okay, that's fine, thank you. And that was on the phone, I was talking, that was fine. And so, because we had a training at Creighton Avenue, which is our administration building, on the 11th. Dr. Sternheim had to leave for some reason, and we didn't get to talk about it. Dr. McCown and I were probably sitting, she was the next person next to me, to my right, in the conference room. And I had said I didn't have a chance to talk to Dr. Sternheim. She said, okay, and we just having small talk about it. And I had said, I want to try to deal with this in-house. Again, now in the beginning of the year, everyone's dealing with a lot of different things, and things come up, you want to be ready. So I didn't want to burden anyone else with it. So I thought we could find a solution. At that moment, I didn't know what the solution would be, but I thought if I spoke to Mrs. McDonald, who had been there for many years as the library assistant, and again, she did a lot of that scanning in and out with Destiny Follett, and then just talk to Lindsay, Mrs. Sarah, because it was going to be it's her library. So I didn't want her to be overburdened with all these books, when really she needs to get focused on the kids. So I thought I'm going to just in-house, and I didn't say maybe all the details what in-house meant, but I just said, I'm going to handle this in-house. So Dr. McCown was okay, it seemed to be good to go, and then on the 12th of August, in the afternoon, later in the afternoon, I met with Mrs. Salmon and Mrs. McDonald to talk about a solution.
Did you call that meeting?
I did call that meeting.
Was there anyone else present other than Mrs. McCallum and Mrs. Salmon?
No, I'm sorry, it was Mrs. McDonald.
I'm sorry, Mrs. McDonald.
It was Mrs. McDonald and Mrs. Salmon and myself.
And what do you recall of that discussion?
So, I listened to them and what they thought about the whole thing and the books all over and any ideas that they had. Because again, Mrs. Salmon is going to be working in there every moment, okay? And then Mrs. McDonald at the time was working there when Mrs. Salmon was there. Because Mrs. Salmon goes, she split 2 different schools. She comes here in the afternoon. So I wanted to hear from them because they're the ones there. Just like any other classroom, I don't go and tell a teacher every little thing I think they should be doing in the classroom. They know their classrooms, they know the kids. I want to hear from them first. So that's what I did and listened to them. And again, the timing of it, we're trying to get, how can we get ready and focus on the kid, let Lindsay, Mrs. Simon, feel comfortable enough to get started. So we talked about some things, and the recommendation or the thought, I'll say it was a thought, contacting Follett, who again oversees Destiny, and see if they can do anything with our inventory.
Who made that suggestion or recommendation or thought?
I know Mrs. McDonald testified to doing that, and again, being August 8th, I'm not going to say she did. She told the truth here, that's what I believe.
Okay.
I'm the one, though, that did request a phone number for Follett. And Mrs. Salmon had that on her desk. She went right over to her desk. She wrote it down on a little green piece of paper and gave that to me.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit P4.
Okay, P4 is that note. It's a lot bigger now, but it was a little post-it. The letters and numbers are read in Mrs. Salmon's handwriting, and then mine are some notes that I just wrote down when I did call Follett after. So we ended our meeting on August 12th in the library, and I had said, before I leave today, I'm going to call Follett and see if I can talk to customer service to see if that's an option for us. Because to me, it made sense. There are no kids in the building, and if the only changes in our building are because of adults making them, it's not going to impact kids. And that's always my main focus. So I thought, okay, this could be a possible solution. So I did call them, and that's the phone number that I called.
Okay, and this document P4, the 2 pages here, is a true and correct copy of that Post-it note that Mrs. Salmon gave you.
Yes, and then I wrote on the blue ink is on mine, but the red ink is Mrs. Salmon.
Okay. And you referenced the case number and some other notes that you put on here. So let's talk about that call you made to Follett.
Yes.
So why did you call Follett?
So again, I called Follett based on a conversation with the librarian and the library assistant. And again, the library assistant knows the librarian. And that was something that came out of our meeting. That was the solution. Let's look into that and see if that's a possibility.
Is the idea that Follett could have reset the system?
That was the idea, yes.
Okay. Did you notify Dr. McCallum when you had contacted Follett?
So I was about to hang up from Follett, and I started texting Dr. McCallum about it.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit P5. Do I take a look at these pages? 2 pages.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a text exchange between myself and Dr. McCallum on the 12th of August.
And why were you texting Dr. McCallum?
Okay, so when I called, and if you saw in the green note, the gentleman I spoke to as customer service was named Jack, and I was speaking about this, and when I was bringing this up to him, he said it's a possibility, but it would have to be the whole district, K-12. Well, right away, I told him I did not have the ability to say yes to that.
Well, and to be clear, we'll say this is a possibility, resetting.
Resetting the inventory, I had requested to August 1st.
Okay.
So he had said that it would be the whole district. I immediately told him I would not be able to get that kind of clearance. But I said my supervisor would. And so I gave him all of my supervisors, direct supervisors, information, contact information, and name. And then I understood that he was going to be reaching out to her, or someone from Follett would be reaching out to her.
Okay. And during this time, you're texting Dr. McCallum.
So as I'm ending that call with Jack, I am texting Dr. McCallum, and that's on in P5.
Okay.
So you wanted to do that.
I'm going to direct you to the top page P5 where you wrote, I presume the blue again is you.
The blue is me, yes.
Hi Diane, I called Follett Software and asked if they could go back and reset our system to August 1st. Do you see that?
Yes.
So in that message, are you telling Dr. McCallum that you had already called Follett?
Yes, because I already called, I was getting ready to hang up as I'm texting him.
Now, prior to calling Follett, did Dr. McCallum tell you to contact Jennifer Smith?
No.
You then explained to Dr. McCallum that they're telling you they can only do that, meaning the reset, if they do the whole district.
That is correct, yes.
Did you have an opinion on whether or not that would be an appropriate next step?
Well, my opinion was, again, knowing that students were in session, And my understanding is no other building was being weeded with 3,000. I didn't have the number 3,000 at that time. But I just thought no one else was doing that. So realistically, the library inventories wouldn't be any different on August 12th and August 1st because there was no students there. So I didn't think it would be a big issue because books weren't being taken in and out.
Dr. McCallum responds to you. Is there a cost associated with this? If they do this for SD, will it undo the other schools? Do you see that?
I did.
Okay, and how did you respond to that?
I said, I don't think there's a cost, but they would have to do it for the entire district according to this guy.
And this guy, who are you referring to?
Jack from Paulette.
And then Dr. McCallum responds to you, if this is what you want to do, I want you to talk with Jen first. And to be clear, you had already spoken with Paulette before you received this request from Dr. McCallum to speak to Jen.
Correct. And in my opinion, I'd already spoken to Mrs. Smith via emails, but we were communicating.
And you had obviously already spoken with Mrs. Salmon.
I'd already spoken to a librarian, Mrs. Salmon, the library assistant, the recently retired librarian, Mrs. Snowberger, yes.
And Ms. Smith.
And Mrs. Smith, over email, yes.
And you respond, okay, thank you. What do you want me to talk to her about?
Correct.
Did Dr. McCallum ever respond to you?
She did not about that topic.
Now, after this text message exchange, on the 12th, were you at Summit View on August 13th?
No, it was outside.
What about August 14th?
I was present.
Did you receive any communication concerning a meeting with Jennifer Smith for the 14th?
Yes, I was told that we were going to meet with Mrs. Smith and I want to say Mrs. Beinhauer, forgive me, but that's the Fairview librarian. So yes, Dr. McCallum said we were going to meet that day.
Okay, now direct your attention to Exhibit P6. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a screenshot of a text message with Dr. McCallum, Dr. Sternheim, and myself on it.
Okay, the three of you on one text message chain?
Yes.
And what is it that Dr. Sternheim, I presume that first message at 10:41 a.m. says yesterday at 10:41 a.m. Do you recall what day that was that Dr. Sternheim texted you?
Yes, that would have been on August 13th.
And this is when you were out sick?
That is correct.
Dr. Sternheim writes to you, hi Steve, hope you're feeling better. Please make sure you connect with the other elementary principals about yesterday's in-service. What does she mean by that?
Well, she was being nice, saying that she hopes I feel better, and then during the in-service, whatever might have went on, if I needed to know anything, just check in with those individuals, other principals, if I needed to know anything.
She then continues on another note and asking Dr. McCallum to set up a meeting with you and the media specialists. Who are media specialists?
They are the librarians.
To discuss the leading process. On a connected but separate issue, we will need to discuss at a later date the call you placed to Paulette and the time/disruption it caused. This will be a Friday or Monday conversation, thanks. See that?
Yes.
At that time, were you aware that there had been any kind of disruption?
I was not aware.
Did you ever give permission to Paulette to reset the system?
No, ma'am.
You then responded, okay, thanks, trying to feel better, when are we meeting? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and Dr. Stein then advises you of what?
The next paragraph is actually from Dr. McCallum.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And she says, Steve, would 2:45 p.m. today work? And that was the 14th. For me to meet with you, Jen Smith, and Laura Beinhauer. I've learned that Jen and Laura were the ones working in your library over the summer.
And did that time work for you?
Yes.
And did you meet with Mrs. Smith and Ms. Meinhardt?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to P7. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an email. I tell you what, following up for clarification on Friday, August 15th at 12:25 p.m. I sent that to all the individuals that were at the meeting on the 14th. I also blind copied Mrs. Cobalt, so she had an understanding of, if she has the secretary, need to know what was going on with all the books.
Okay, so what do you recall taking place during that meeting on August 14th?
On August 14th, I didn't do a lot of talking. There was a lot of, the two librarians over there were kind of telling their reasoning for what they did to Dr. McCallum and myself. The question I believe Dr. McCallum asked, is there a board policy or any kind of process that we follow with this? And that answer was no from Mrs. Smith. But then Mrs. Smith pulled out a piece of paper and she said, I use this on a stack of papers that I use for a footstool, but it's an old procedure how we did things with the library books back before she was even a librarian, is what I understood. So she gave that to Dr. McCallum, and Dr. McCallum saw it, and it was a document from our district that at one time that was related to books and how to get rid of books. It wasn't a group board policy or anything like that. But so that was discussed. Again, it was just who was here helping, that was talked about. I know Mrs. Smith had asked to be paid for doing what she did, and we kind of came to a conclusion that the books were going to be taken care of from Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Salmon, and that's where we go. I did not, with what all was going on, again, the timing of everything, I didn't really give my opinion. I definitely felt like the decision was made, probably even before I even knew about it. So I did not want to fight about it. I did not. I was hearing my supervisor in agreement with the librarians that it should have been done. So I just said yes, okay. And then the next day, this is why I followed up, just to make sure this is what I heard, so we're all on the same page.
And to be clear, you heard that Dr. McCallum was agreeing to the meeting of those 3,000 books.
And discarding them or giving them away, yes.
And this follow-up email sent on August 15th, exhibit P7. You state, just wanted to follow up for clarification from yesterday's meeting. I think Jen and Lindsay will be finding ways to discard / give away the books that were weeded out the other day. Is that correct? Thank you.
That's what I said, yes.
And again, for clarification, you sent this to make sure that you were following the directive.
That is correct. That is correct.
Did Dr. McConnell respond to you?
Yes, she did respond to me and to librarians that wrote an email.
Okay. And she confirmed?
She confirmed that, yes, that was what we decided.
Okay. At any time, did you believe you could authorize the reset and full-out system to your client?
That I had the authorization to do that? Once I heard from Jack to pull that, I knew I could, so I didn't even think about it.
All right, I want to move on to charge file concerning the August 25th, 2025 investigatory interview.
Okay.
Do you recall who was present during that meeting?
Yes, it was Dr. Sternheim. She was to my left, pretty close to me to my left. Dr. McCallum was off to my left on the other side of the table. Mr. Hoffman, who was our HR director, he was sitting over to my right across the table, and then to my right was Mr. Weatherall.
What was your understanding of the purpose of that meeting?
That my supervisors wanted to ask me questions about things.
What do you recall happening in that meeting?
Well, it was a repeat of many meetings that I've had like that before, where basically there was going to be things that people, someone, sometimes I really never knew, who was claiming that I did or said things. Dr. Sternheim, again, was sitting right to my left, and she just started asking me questions about things.
Do you believe you were combative during this meeting?
No.
Did you ask who had, quote, talked about you behind your back, end quote?
I did not.
Did you ask for the names of witnesses?
I may have. I was asking for context because the way the questions were being asked, they were very unclear and almost like I was trying to be caught saying something. So I was asking for clarity so I could give an honest answer.
Did you ask for the names of witnesses?
I may have, but again, I was trying to get context of what they were asking me. They wouldn't give me specifics. They finally give me one specific, and I'll wait. I don't know if that's going to be your question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the one specific they did ask me, they asked me if I called food, dog food, in this teacher induction meeting. They did, that was a specific thing, her specific thing.
And how did you respond?
So my response was, again, Dr. Sternheim was sitting right to my left, we're at the table in Dr. McCown's office. And I did look at Dr. Sternheim and I said, Rita, do you want me to resign?
Why did you say that?
Well, I've been through a lot of these things. I've been suspended again last year with no pay, no due process. Just always being questioned. I've been in 4.5-hour meetings, 5-hour meetings when I could be at school with staff and students, just being questioned about random things. So when I'm sitting there with someone who has 34 years of experience as a doctor in education, she's asking someone who has over 20 years of experience in education, and she's asking me if I called something dog meat. I just felt like, or dog food, I just felt like she wanted me to go. I honestly, if I were rude in that meeting, I could see that being seen as rude, because I did stop and I just said, Rita, do you want me to resign? It was an honest question, and I really would have respected her if she would have just said yes.
How did Dr. Sternheim respond?
She told me I was being difficult. So she said I was being difficult. Again, I know it was said, and I did do it. I asked her again, I said, Rita, I just want to know if you want to resign.
Do you want you to resign?
Yes, forgive me. I said, do you want me to resign? So I did ask her twice. And again, I could see that I was being rude, and I was going off the process they have. At the table, she put her head down the table, her bracelet's playing on the glass top, and said, Steve, oh, why are you so difficult? I stopped asking that question.
Did you admit to making the comment about canned food or dog food, canned meat?
I said canned meat, yes.
And that's what you were all saying?
Yes, I said canned meat about the holiday lunch, the turkey, which I found out was actually from a tube.
During this meeting, did you tell the superintendent that you will be employed by the district longer than her?
I did. And in the context of that conversation, there were a lot of questions being said, but the way I was saying it was, Dr. Sternheim has 34 years in education. I do not. I have a little over 20. So my reason for saying that was, I want to keep working. I have a lot more years in. Like, I try my best to do the best I can, because I know I have a lot more time left. So the context was, I knew her years of service compared to mine were a lot more. So yes, I did say that, but that was the context of it.
Do you recall if that was in response to a particular question?
I believe it was. I honestly do not remember what that specific question was.
But it's your testimony that you were discussing about the length of credited service, respective length of credited service.
Yes, nothing to be insulting, just factual information that she has 34 years and I have about 22, 23, and so most people, I know Mrs. Sauter said she worked here for 40 years, so I mean, it's possible, I guess, but I was only talking about length of service.
Were you ever asked by Human Resources, who do you trust?
I was. Mr. Hoffman had asked me, who do I trust? And Mr. Weatherall had stopped me from really answering right away, and he said, this is a trap. And Mr. Hoffman said, come on, Jace, I'm not doing that. I just want to know who you trust. And I didn't have any, I could answer that question. And I think I had to tell Mr. Weatherall a couple times not to say anything. He was upset with what was going on, but I told him, no, I'm good, I can answer that. And I told him, I trust Jason and the people that I work with every day on a daily basis at some of these.
Did you ever say that you don't trust the superintendent?
I did not say that.
Did anyone at the meeting ask you about your prior discipline?
So Mr. Hoffman, I worked with him at the high school before he was a human resource director. I considered him a friend. And he's always been someone that he likes relationships, and he had referenced about how can we reconcile things here. And he had asked, why do I feel maybe certain ways? So in my attempt to give him a clear picture as an HR director, and someone who was sitting there, I thought out of the kindness of his heart that we really need to bring things together and get together as a team. So I was explaining where my feelings were coming from with the trust piece specifically, because he had asked for that. So I did share some of those things, yes.
And did he ask any specific questions about your prior discipline?
As I was speaking, he may have. Because I've always saw Mr. Hoffman, he wants to figure something out, so he will ask questions. Being again, a few months ago, I don't remember every little thing, but I know that conversation did go on. And it wasn't stopped by my supervisors. They didn't stop me from sharing, because I thought we were having an open dialogue about that. Because again, I thought Mr. Hoffman was being sincere, trying to figure things out. I saw as an HR director, I want him to bring peace to us, to our organization, so we all can work together. So I took that for what I thought it was, that he was trying to help in that way.
Did you believe that you were relitigating your past discipline?
No.
Do you felt that you cooperated during this meeting?
Yes.
Why do you think so?
I showed up, I answered all the questions. Again, I did stop by asking if I should resign to Dr. Sutterline, but I answered all the questions. I've been through it so many times, unfortunately, I knew what to expect, so I just went with it. And again, I feel like Jason, Mr. Weatherall never told me to stop anything, but other than told me to go away. I feel like I told him a couple times, Jason, no, you don't have to say that. He was sticking up for me. But and I appreciate that, but I did what they asked, and I felt I definitely cooperated with them.
Now, on the question, do you want me to resign? Do you want to resign?
Do I?
Yeah.
I do not want to resign.
I'm going to move on to the September 11, 2025 incident. And of course, we're not going to reference any student names.
Correct.
Okay? Or family names or anything like that.
Sure.
And without referencing the student names, can you explain to us what happened on September 11th from your perspective?
Yes. On September 11th, I did receive a phone call. I received a few phone calls in my office, maybe a few minutes before 8 a.m. And that conversation, the conversations that I was having, was in regard to a young man, some of you. He had been taken out of his home with his great-grandmother, who had raised him since he was 6 months old. And his great-grandmother was very needy with health you name it, everything. Her age played a factor in a lot of things. And our school had really come a lot into helping this family. While he's been with some of you, his biological parents both died. His great-grandfather, who he basically knew as his pops, died. And then his great-grandmother was left with him, and again, she had many limitations. I was on the phone that morning, from my recollection, and I don't know the names, forgive me, but someone with the fostering agency for children and youth, a police liaison that deals with domestic disputes, and when children are involved, and then I was on the phone with the great-grandmother. The great-grandmother could not understand why everything was going on. She's screaming. Forgive me.
Take your time.
So I was in that conversation, and it was hard to get her to a point to understand and be at peace with something. And I also wanted to know where the young man was so we could make sure that he got to school safely. And this young man, when he came to something to do as a kindergartner, you could tell he didn't have interactions with other kids. And again, the kindergarten team, Mrs. Waterman, Mrs. Garofalo, they did an awesome job trying to get him acclimated to school. We really took a heavy helping hand to this family once we heard everything. And it's been a long adventure with this young man and his family. But so I was dealing with that, and in about 8:02, I'm in the middle of all these conversations. Excuse me. And there was a radio call. And I know that I may not have had the radio on at the time at my desk, but I could hear the radios in the office. And I remember that Mrs. Cobalt kind of peeked into my door, and she had referenced something about the radio. It was Mrs. Waterman. And I had got on the I wasn't sure if I got on there or not. I knew it was probably said. I wasn't sure if I said or not. And in the heat of the moment and everything going on, I'm not going to say I didn't say it, and others can testify that I said it, so I'm okay that I said it. First thing that I would say is I can't push or pull. I say that, and then Mrs. Cobalt had motioned that she go out and assess what was going on. So she did, and she was out there within like 30 seconds of the call. And so I continued with my phone calls and dealing with that. I had my radio on now because I made that call. And I heard them make some calls to Mr. Lego, I believe, and Mr. McFarland. And within 2 minutes of the initial call, all the calls had stopped. So my assumption was that it was taken care of. People were out there that needed to be there. I could have continued on with what I was talking on the phone, and I did talk for a while with the individuals. And I was talking, I have my personal cell phone, my work cell phone, landline, and I forget all of them, but I was probably using all of them, unfortunately, due to who was all calling me. And again, it was a timely manner because we wanted to know if this young man was going to show up to school and how he was going to be. And again, he socially really struggles with any kind of change, anything. So, Mrs. Cobalt had come in, everything was great, I thumbs up. I don't remember exactly, but I was under the impression everything was taken care of, where it needed to be at that time out there. Mr. Kevin may have come in and floated in and out, but my understanding was it was good. I did go out there about 15 to 17 minutes later. I was able to get everything done. Again, knowing that all the calls had stopped within 2 minutes and people were back in, I trusted that the staff was taking care of it. I said I could not push or pull. because the chair alone was close to 400 to 500 pounds. And the young man added to that.
You say the chair.
The wheelchair, I apologize, that the student was in. So there was going to be, it was a heavy load. Due to being injured at work 3 different times, protecting or supporting teachers and other staff from being assaulted by students, I have been injured 3 times. The injuries impact the lower side of my left of my head all the way down to my fingertips on my left-hand side, all through my shoulder, my arms. I have a doctor's note on file that I resubmitted on May 6, 2025 to Dr. Sternheim about that. It notes that I can be absent at times due to the nauseous feelings that I have and the pain that I have, and also with the medication that I take for the pain. So that's why I said, quickly, for someone, again, it's testified that I said it, they couldn't push and pull because of my injury and because of the weight of what it was. So I did go out there and I assessed some things that were going on. I did see that Mrs. Khan was over to in a distance on the phone, and I asked, there was a large group of people there, and the young man was safe. He was sitting in the regular chair on the van. They still couldn't figure out the hydraulic lift. And I said, is Mrs. Khan calling the mom? And that was something that was required to do. There was an incident with his child. So I said, yeah, I believe that's who she talked to her mom. So, okay. I did see the transportation director there. So everyone was there that was able to take care of me, and the young man was safe. So I know I needed to go out to the front to get ready for the other young man to show up from school, because I was essentially told he'd be coming at the time, so I went out there.
This is the first student?
This is the student that I was involved with all the phone calls. So I did go out there, and there was Mrs. Seiler, who works out front. We all have different duty spots in the morning. And I explained to Mrs. Seiler what was going on. And again, everyone in the building knew about the young man need. Everyone helped him. And so she was aware. And then when I was over there, he came out of the car. The individual didn't stop, talk to us or anything, and just dropped him off.
This is, again, that's student.
Student number 1 that I was talking about. Just, he looked like, it didn't look good. And you could tell he was upset and everything of that nature. So we took care of him, individuals went in and talked with him. And then I talked with them at the curb, and then they went in. So I then walked back. And when I was over there, asking about Mrs. Khan making the call, and seeing that they couldn't get the hydraulic lift all the way down to the ground, it was maybe like 2 inches to 3 inches from the ground. And obviously they didn't want the wheelchair to go back because there was still that gap. I had said to everyone, and everyone that was aware of the transportation director, we had ramps for this young man to go out the back door off of a piece of cement. Well, the cement's got the same size as the gap. So I said to everyone who was just standing there and not knowing what I said, go get the ramps, put that, and we're going to go right off. I said that when I asked about Mrs. Khan on the call. So when I then came back working with student number 1 who got into the building, and Ms. Davenport, our councilman, took him in. Someone did take him in, check with him. And I went back over and looked, and I see that they were using the ramp, and I had radioed to someone, well, it was Mrs. Lewis, our nurse, and I said, please check on this student, make sure he's okay, whatever he needs. Let me know when that's done, and come to my office, and we're going to call him up. So it all happened. I got the call that she had checked them out. Okay, let's leave my office, so myself and the nurse called the mother of the young man in the wheelchair. That the mother told me she knew nothing about it. I was the first one that called her. And then I shared to her what happened, what I knew had happened. I hadn't seen any real footage at that moment. And then we hung up, but I kind of felt like, and then I knew the mother, who's our PTO president, that she was going to be coming to the school. It made sense, but so then at that time I did make a call about McCall, or I tried to call her. We might have been text message, and she said that she wasn't coming over, but she was sending over the business manager and a police officer, school district police officer.
Okay.
And and not to show any kind of video of anybody if they come.
I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 9. Do you recognize the images in Exhibit 9?
Yes.
And what are they?
What you'll see near that red dumpster is the van.
Hold on, before we go into describing them. Are these screenshots?
These are screenshots from security footage of some of the elementary school, on the northeastern side of the building.
And these are screenshots taken from September 11th, 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately 8:02, we see 2 adults running to the van. You see that?
Yes, I see them in the van.
Okay. Can you identify who those 2 adults are?
I believe that is Kimberly Sutton, who was the PCA, personal care provider for the student, and then I believe the other one is second grade teacher Abby Wadham.
The next image down at 8:03. We see another adult has joined. Can you identify who that is?
Yes, I believe that is Army Cobalt, secretary.
And that would have been after Army received the radio call from the swagger man.
Correct.
On page 2, at approximately 8:04, we see approximately 5 people. Is that about right? I know it's hard to tell. It's a screenshot of a...
Yeah, there are additional people away from Mrs. Cobalt.
And then at 8:04 and 50 seconds, we see even more people join.
Correct.
And on the next page, at 8:19,
Yes.
at the bottom of that image, we see an individual who I believe is you. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is me.
Okay. And is that approximately when you were, or exactly when you were walking out to the scene?
Yes.
And it looks like you're looking at your phone. You see that?
Yes.
And what are you doing? If you know.
I was looking at my phone, taking that picture, and I was walking into the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know if you were still handling the issue with student 1?
Yes, that went on, yes. That was still going on, yes.
Okay. And if you look at the bottom image here, 8:25, is this approximately when you were recommending that they use the lifts?
Yeah, between 8:19 and 8:25 of these 2 pictures, that's when I recommended the lift, the ramps.
And then the last image here at 8:26.
Yes, that is me walking away, and that is a time where I was then, and I mentioned this earlier, I walked around front, and that's where I saw the first student getting out of the car.
You had testified as to your injury, and you also testified that the administration was aware that you had an injury. Do you know if other folks at the district were aware of your physical limitations when it came to pulling, pushing or pulling?
Other than my supervisors?
Correct.
Yes, I do believe others at that time in the district were aware of it.
Do you know if there was any concern about other staff getting injured in this incident?
There were.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 10. Can you identify this document?
Yes, this is a screenshot of a text message between myself and Dr. McCown.
And what is this text message referring to? I'm sorry, let me ask this question first. Are the blue bubbles you?
Yes.
And the gray bubbles Dr. McCallum?
Yes.
And what is Dr. McCallum asking in this message?
So her main thing says, from watching the video, I would be surprised if Stu, that's Mr. Lego, and Connor, Mr. McFarland, didn't get hurt this morning. Can you make sure they both are seen by the nurse today if that hasn't already happened? I wrote, yeah. She said, thank you. I said, no problem.
Okay, Okay, did Dr. McCallum follow up concerning the visit from staff, or excuse me, the nurse checking on staff?
Yes, she did.
Okay,
Would you like me to read that?
sure.
She said, "Hi Steve, this was on September 11, 2:21 p.m. Hi Steve, just checking in to see how you and your staff and Bob this AM are doing." I gave a thumbs up on that, and I said, "I know Connor and Stu did check in with the nurse. I know that Kimberly submitted a statement, and that is the PCA." And I said, "Eric and Erica have that, thank you." And Eric is the business manager, and Erica is the director of special education. And then Dr. McCallum responded, "Perfect, thanks," and I gave her a thumbs up.
Were you asked to collect statements as part of this incident?
I believe we were asked to give the statements, including myself, to Dr. Holtzman. I don't believe I collected all of them. I may have shared with people that Dr. Holtzman wanted those statements. And I know when we have instances and insurance may be involved and things like that, the district does request statements for anyone who's involved.
Did you prepare a statement after this incident?
I did.
Direct your attention to Exhibit 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my statement to Dr. Holtzman, Dr. Eric Holtzman I sent it on 9/12/25, the email.
Okay, so it says the next day after
Yes.
the incident?
Yes.
And Mr. Holtzman had asked you for that statement?
Yes.
Why didn't you reference the first child in the statement?
It had nothing to do with this incident. And my understanding, these statements go, again, for insurance purposes and stuff, so I didn't feel it was right to include that.
And just again, on the record, although we've mentioned this before, the district has stipulated to allowing Exhibit 12 to be reviewed for in-camera review. And along with that stipulation, the district has agreed that Mr. Pappas did follow the appropriate chain of command with relation to the September 11th incident.
That's already been, yes, already, it's already stipulated a second.
For clarification of the transcript.
I understand the consistency.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to bring us to September 24th of 2025. Now, prior to September 24th, were you ever told by district administration that your behavior at the August 25th, 2025 interview that you were uncooperative?
No, ma'am.
Prior to September 24th of 2025, were you told that your behavior in August 2025 interview was combative?
No, ma'am.
Had you been told anything concerning your behavior from the August 25th, 2025 interview before you were put on leave on September 24th, 2025?
I wasn't told anything about that meeting, period, nothing.
What about your statement, alleged statement, that you could not push or pull on September 11th? Did anyone speak with you about that statement prior to you being put on leave on September 24th, 2025?
No, again, on that day, September 24th, they didn't talk about it.
Now, I want to ask you a few questions about Mrs. Khan. Did you have concerns about Mrs. Khan's performance?
Yes,
Did you express those concerns to Mrs. Khan?
some of them, yes.
I direct your attention to Exhibit Key 15. And there's two documents here. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
We'll start with the first one. What is this?
So this is an email that I sent to Mrs. Khan regarding some concerns that have been brought to my awareness from other individuals, teachers, or that I witnessed. Okay, that I have seen myself.
Hearsay.
Oh, I know, I heard her say yours.
He's simply giving some background so that the board understands the context of this email.
And it's being offered for the truth of the matter, which makes it hearsay. Secondhand information from other teachers.
I don't think you're offering it.
I'm offering his background so that he understands.
We don't have to ask that, discuss. He doesn't need to discuss what they told him, what they had concerns, if that's hearsay. He's not offering for the proof of that there were concerns.
All the charges are hearsay.
I'm allowing the answer to provide background information to the board.
Again, I was made aware from teachers that are in the classroom, working with students and hearing about the students, getting what they're supposed to be getting. And I also had made personal observations that things were not going on and how they should be going on. So that's why I put this out.
Okay. In particular, were you concerned about the following IEPs?
That is correct.
And what are IEPs?
It's an individual education plan. Our students traditionally would be called special education. They are a legal document that we as educators need to make sure they're followed. The teachers are supposed to know what they say. And again, with others seeing it, the teachers of that student knew what was needed and they weren't seeing it, they were concerned. And again, through my observations, concerned, that's what I wanted to talk to her about.
So you had directly observed some
I
concerns
did,
as well.
yes, yes.
I direct your attention to the second page of Exhibit 15. And this is an email sent on Monday, September 22nd.
That is correct.
And this is an email from you to Mrs. Khan, correct?
That is correct.
And what is it that you're saying here?
So the first part about it is about lesson plans to make sure that she was submitting them. She did reference to me in another email that she was submitting them in last year's folder, which I was fine with when she explained that. Because it had her name on it and I still had access to that. That was in a Google Drive. But again, I referenced that I did want to get to speak with her and we had never been able to meet. So I did remind her, please just make sure you're following IEP regarding where they are to receive their instruction. I said, thank you, Michael and Steve.
Did you ask to meet with Michaelia or Ms. Khan?
Yeah, I did still want to meet with her, but it wasn't totally her fault. We just didn't find the time. We didn't have the time to meet.
Now, did you reach out to anybody else with perhaps some expertise on how to address concerns with Ms. Khan?
I did.
I direct your attention to Exhibit 13. I'll just go backwards here. Do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a text message between myself and Tammy Richards. And Mrs. Richards is the Assistant Director of Special Education in Williamsburg School District.
Okay. Now, for ease of the record, I will represent that the way the text messages are produced in this exhibit is out of order. The first page should actually be the second page of this document.
Are we supposed to flip the book or just follow the order?
If the board is, I think it would make sense if you want to flip it in the book. It is clear on the record. But I did want to note, just as you're reviewing.
All right, we'll flip it.
Thank you.
So, really what that is at the bottom, this is just for the record, what's part of this P13 is really page 2.
Correct.
We can handle this number. Right.
Yep. All right, Mr. Pappas, can you identify what this document is?
Yeah, so again, this is a text message between myself and Mrs. Richards. And again, I reached out to Mrs. Richards because I had shared concerns with my direct supervisor about Mrs. Khan, and I didn't get a solution. I got negative comments about Mrs. Khan when Dr. McCallum was the principal. So I said, okay, I'm not going to my direct supervisor now. I'm going to go to special ed director. Mrs. Khan is a special ed teacher. Mrs. Richards was actually a special ed teacher when I was the principal at the high school. So I trusted her expertise, even though I usually go to my direct supervisor for a teaching concern. The negative that I got wasn't a solution, so I wanted to get a solution to help this teacher.
When you say the negative that you got, what do you mean?
Well, when I've gone to Dr. McCall, my direct supervisor, about concerns about Mrs. Khan, she just said negative things about Mrs. Khan from when she was a principal there at something new. So that wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want to hear negative. I wanted a solution to help the teacher.
And you reached out to Ms. Richards, and you specifically asked would you at any time speak about a special ed concern I might have. Did you see that?
Yes.
Are you looking for her advice on a disciplinary matter?
No.
Did Mrs. Richards get back to you?
She did.
Did you end up speaking with Mrs. Richards?
Yes, we met in my office.
How long did you meet?
I wouldn't say more than 30 minutes.
Do you recall when you met?
I'm looking at the text message because I do not remember the exact date. But the text message on September 17th said that she's on her way. I said no problem. And then I responded to her later that day, hi Tammy, thanks again for meeting with me. She said, sure Steve, happy to collaborate.
And did Mrs. Richards provide you with any feedback that you thought might be productive?
She did, yes. And again, her being a former special education teacher, she gave me some clarity too about where my concerns were. So that helped. And it was a very productive meeting.
Okay. And again, this was not intended to discipline Mrs. Khan.
No, I just needed to know the proper way to address the concerns that were there. Again, I wanted someone who was looking for solutions to help me with a solution. And also, Mrs. Richards has that experience as a special education teacher, so I was glad that she was wanting to meet with me.
Now, did you give Mrs. Khan a negative evaluation?
No.
Did you ever discipline Mrs. Khan?
No.
Did you get a chance to meet with Mrs. Khan about her concerns?
Not all of them. I did meet with her quickly in her room on September 11th. It was a half day that day, so I was able to meet with her quickly. I had two concerns that day that were different than what I had that I wanted to address with her that I discussed with Mrs. Richards. I did address with her on September 11th two things that I felt kind of needed to be addressed because of the situation with the band. Mrs. Khan came to work 5 minutes late that day at 8:15, and then she did not follow the IEP to call the parent when there was an incident with the child. I did not tell her that. I did not tell her that like in a disciplinary way. I said this needs to happen. You can't be late for work anymore, and you need to make sure you make that phone call. And again, my assumption from what I heard from the group and what I visually saw with her pacing on the phone was that she was doing that. She didn't have too much to say with that. And again, it was just a quick conversation, but I wanted her to know that those things needed to be corrected. I believe she asked me or told me that Erica and Tammy had talked to her or they had questions for her, because Erica and Tammy, both the directors of special ed, Erica McDonald and Tammy Richards, they were at the band scene. When they were putting down the ramps, I know that those two ladies were there. I just told her to tell the truth what happened. And that was that conversation in the room. And I did want to still meet with her. And it's my understanding that she did come to my office on September 24th. And my understanding was she was coming to talk to me about my concerns, which I want teachers to come. If they want to talk, I'm ready to talk, and we do different things. But I had no plans of going in a disciplined way, especially after talking with Mrs. Richards. We needed to just be on the same page. with what was observed. So we never got to meet about those things in the email. But I do believe Mrs. Khan made the attempt to come meet with me on the 24th, and that's when I was in the meeting in my office with Dr. Sternheim and Dr. McCallum.
How do you know that Mrs. Khan came to you on the 24th?
Mrs. Cowell had mentioned that. I had asked for a couple minutes to read the letter that I was handed, and Dr. Sternheim and Dr. McCallum left my office, and they said they were going to the gym. And Mrs. Cowell had moved in, and I believe she testified, and I just kind of gave her a not now kind of sign. And my understanding is she told Mrs. Khan that I was meeting with them and I couldn't meet with her. And because when I left, I would have seen Mrs. Khan if she was out there waiting, and she wasn't there anymore.
Now, that September 24th letter,
Yes.
did you understand that you were directed not to discuss this incident or discipline with anybody?
So when I read that letter, it did say not to discuss anything. Now, the letter itself didn't tell me what was going on at all. It just said I was on paid leave. It didn't give me any details. So I didn't have any details to discuss. I didn't know. My boss wouldn't tell me why. I did ask her in my meeting.
Do you recall during that meeting being directed to refrain from any action that could be perceived as retaliation, harassment, or interference in the investigation?
Nothing was really said to me. I did ask what was in the letter. I was told I could read it. So nothing specific, nothing was told to me. When I read that letter, I knew I read what the letter said.
And you understood they were being placed on tape administrative leave?
I did understand that by reading that letter.
When Dr. McCallum and Dr. Sternheim returned to your office after you read the letter,
Yes.
was there any discussion at that point?
No, I had my computer ready. I wrote down my passwords. I had my keys there. I had my badge there. I said everything's right here. And I think Dr. Sternheim said thank you. They took my items and they went out to the left. I think the way they came in. And then I had my stuff ready, and I said bye to Harmony, and I left.
I'm going to take you to September 27, 2025. Are you familiar with the Red Run restaurant?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
It's all right.
They're closed now, so I can't go.
There's some enthusiasm. Are you a regular at Red Run restaurant?
Unfortunately, yes.
Were you at Red Run restaurant on September 27, 2025?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
I went with Dahlia, that's my 14-year-old daughter.
And why?
She was hungry, normally something was later in the evening. I'd already eaten. So she knows I like it, she likes it. So what is it?
Would you consider yourself a regular at Red Run?
Yeah, I think I said I'm a regular. I don't want to think that because I make cholesterol and all. Yes, I do get a discount from time to time.
What do you recall from, well, let me ask this, what time were you at Red Run restaurant?
I believe it was after 7 p.m. because I had already eaten dinner, so I didn't eat. She ate, she was hungry. So it was after traditional dinner time, I would say.
Did your daughter order food?
Yeah, she did.
Did you order food?
No.
Because you were already eating.
Yeah.
What do you recall happening at the Red Run restaurant?
So we walked in, and when you walk in, you're kind of right up in the line. You walk past the signage. So I went up to the line, and I put in her order, and I was there paying. She went and sat down. Again, I was probably talking to somebody behind the counter. There's some former students there, and there's friendly people there. So we talked for a couple moments. Dahlia was sitting down, and then I walked over to Dahlia. And as I was walking to Dahlia, we sat at a two-top, and there was a family behind Dahlia. And I noticed that it was Mrs. Khan's family. And Mrs. Khan's daughter, who goes to some of you, very nice young lady, she had made reference to her mom, like, oh, this is Mr. Pappas. And for some reason, when people say my name, I can read this. I and read Pappas. I don't know why, but even as a high school principal, that helped because we talked about it across the cafeteria and I knew what they could say. So that's why I said hi to them. I said hi to them and sat down, and Mrs. Conley asked what I'm doing. I said, doing okay. And Natalie didn't know anything about my situation. And I didn't want her to really know at that time, but it was fine. And then Mrs. Conley asked, what's going on? I said, I really don't know what's going on, because I did. I had a letter that I was going to leave, but no, nothing. So I kind of wanted to have the conversation stop because I didn't want my daughter asking me a million different questions. And Mrs. Kahn's found her to be ready to leave. Mrs. Kahn came over to my table and she just said, I want you to know that Derek and I are praying for you. And I didn't take that as abnormal. Mrs. Kahn had sent me emails before asking for prayers for her family. My daughter Dally had appendicitis in the hospital for a week, and I remember Mrs. Kahn sent an email saying that they're praying for her. So nothing that normal. The only abnormal thing was Dallas like, Dad, what's going on? And she thought I was sick. I could tell she was worried. She gets a little nervous with things. Sometimes maybe she's going out of it. But I kind of had a gently handle that situation. So I didn't think anything of it. We got done there and we left, and that was that.
Did you speculate with Mrs. Kahn as to the basis of your investigation?
No, because I didn't know anything. I think the school thought it was something to do with the wheelchair incident. That's my guess, but I didn't know anything to speculate on. I knew that I was out, and that was it.
And you already testified that you hadn't told your daughter.
Correct.
Why not?
Well, my daughter and my son are both in the schools here. Dally was actually a student of mine my first year at Summit View. And again, I wanted them to be able to focus on what they do. They're involved with their sports, they're involved in their classrooms, working, and they seem to really like school. They like the teachers. They like Wakeboro, they like their friends, and I just didn't want to add anything to them. I do think sometimes Dally more than Isaac worries about some things, and I just didn't feel the need to put that on my children. Kids have enough going on these days. I just didn't want that for them.
Were you uncomfortable that Mrs. Kahn had brought this up in front of them?
Well, she didn't bring up anything of detail. But asking how you're doing, I think Dally was, I can tell. Why would she ask you how you work with her? You know what I mean? And then coming up and saying that she was praying, her husband Derek were praying for us. Yeah, it was just, it was just uncomfortable for her. But again, she knows now.
Now, are you aware that your daughter has come to a school board meeting to make a statement about what happened on the evening of September 22nd?
I wasn't made aware of that evening afterward. Someone called me and said something like, holy cow, Dally is so brave, or something like that. I was at actually the old high school I used to work with at Redmond that night. My son had a swim meet. And at first I was like, what? And I wasn't happy. I didn't know what that would do to any of the process. I didn't know anything. And plus, I didn't want my kids involved with any of this. People texted me, called me about that. I didn't call my wife. I talked to David when we got home. I just was like, oh my goodness. And I think that night later I emailed you because again, I thought it was a process that could have been ruined, so I didn't know what she did and why she did it. I was made aware, and I would tell you that I was thankful that she spoke for me.
Did she ask permission of you beforehand?
No. She definitely would have been told out for a lot of reasons. And she is the more compliant one in my family. But she, again, looking back, I am proud of her for doing that. She didn't have to do that. But yeah, she didn't ask me because she knows I would have said no.
And you did not ask her, correct?
No, I did not ask her. When I got home, she thought I was going to be really upset with her. But I did not have anything to do with that. But I am thankful now that she was willing to do that for her father.
I'm going to direct your attention now to the 8th charge concerning the MTSS monthly meetings.
Okay.
Did you attend monthly MTSS meetings?
Yes, in 2020, 24, 25, yes, I did attend them at Washington High School.
And what are these MTSS meetings?
Well, what they were, we had a consultant basically from the Lincoln County Media Unit, and she was there. She'd done other trainings with us. But it basically was to feel that our MTSS program was broken or not being done correctly. So the district had brought in Tanya, and forgive me, her last name started with them, but Tanya, who had, she was an expert in that process, and she had done that in other school districts and presented other school districts. So my understanding of those meetings was she was coming in here to get us all on the same path as schools, to make sure that we were following the MTS process to the best of our ability and being as consistent as we could per schools. Because all the school elementary schools were represented there, maybe even the middle school too.
Did you attend these meetings?
I did. I can't say that I attended all of them. There were things that might have been going on in the building or any other things, but I attended the majority of them, yes.
Ms. Seiler attended meetings?
Yes, and then she testified, she was at all of them, but she was there, and I sat with her most of the time when I was there.
Is that typically you sit with folks from your school?
Typically, it doesn't have to be that way, but with Mrs. Seiler being the MTSS coordinator, I want to be with her because she'll know more of the things that are being discussed than maybe I would. So I want to sit next to someone that knows what they're doing, so we can all be, I can learn from them and we can be all on the same page.
During any of these meetings, did you ever make fun of group assignments?
No, and that has never been brought up to me till later on in this process. I saw a letter.
Are you aware of group assignments during these MTSS meetings?
Yeah, sometimes we do breakout things and like reorganize index cards or list what our strengths are in our building. So you got like breakout sessions like that at times. A lot of times though, it was time just presenting on the board. And we'd answer questions that she would have. She didn't really know our district, so she would want to know from us, what do we do in our district?
Did you participate in group assignments?
I did.
Did you make comments about lack of leadership at the district during these meetings?
No. The leadership, again, the MTS process of leadership really is within that. I may have made comments of our, like if we had, I can remember things like we'd have index cards on what's stronger or what isn't strong in our district or in our school. So I could have put that. And the reason I would have put that in that kind of card thing is if we're really trying to assess where our strengths are and where our weaknesses are, I would say that when it came to leadership with MTSS, we weren't strong, and that's why we had an outside consultant coming in to teach us how to do it. So I could see myself in one of those activities listening, not a strong leadership with MTSS, but that was our only focus. Because if we had strength in the MTSS process, we wouldn't be bringing someone from the outside to tell us how to do it.
Did you ever insult the super or make any derogative statements concerning the superintendent during these MTSS meetings?
No.
Were you ever told that your statements were unprofessional during the MTSS meetings?
No.
Were you ever told that your statements were disrespectful during the MTSS meetings?
No.
All right. We're going to move to some of your prior discipline.
Okay.
But before that, I want to start a little bit with your evaluation from the 24-25 year. Can I direct your attention to P18? You can flip through this document because I'm going to ask you a few questions about it.
I'm going to raise a preliminary objection. She needs to update the document since it's a computer screen we're looking at.
So I'm asking you to review it so I can do that.
Does this come off with PA with that one?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna let him just, I know what it is, nobody in the audience does, you do, but I'll let him explain what it is, and then, if anybody has a question, Sue will have to say, yes, that's a valid document, versus,
Very good. Mr. Pappas, what is this document?
Yes, these screenshots that you'll see come from PAETEP, which is our evaluation system that we use with administrators and with teachers. So you'll all those documents in there. And there's also, at the end of that, of this P18, you'll see screenshots of my Google Calendar, an email from the former Assistant Superintendent Secretary with a calendar invite, and then another screenshot of a calendar invite for that same meeting, stating that both myself and Dr. DeShawn, the former Assistant Superintendent, agreed to meet that day on June 9, 2025.
Are these photos that you took of your computer screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this of your evaluation?
Yes.
Let's start with page 1. You already testified to this, that the evaluator is Todd DeShawn. Who was that?
Dr. DeShawn was the Assistant Superintendent before Dr. McCallum. I believe he was in the district maybe for 2 to 2.5 years.
And did he conduct your evaluation for the 24-25 year?
He did.
And what date did your evaluation close for the 24-25 year?
We met on June 9, 2025.
And that's referenced here. It says rating date June 9, 2025.
That is correct.
Now direct your attention to page 2. On the left-hand side, there are 4 domains. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are they?
They're the 4 areas that basically are the majority of how we order our points in our evaluation. And so you'll see them: strategic cultural leadership, systems leadership, leadership for learning and professional, and community leadership. The ratings there can be from a 0 to a 3 for each one of those.
And we see in that gray box, about in the middle of the page, the domain rating assignment 0 to 3, 0 meaning failing, 1 needs improvement, 2 proficient, and 3 distinguished.
That is correct.
Okay. And looking at your ratings under each of the domains, do you see that?
Yes.
What was your rating for strategic/cultural leadership as of June 9th?
A 2 out of 3.
And what does that mean in terms of the assignment of your point value?
That would have been, if you can see where it says earned and maxed, that would be at a, that would be a 0.5, and then it adds all up at the end. So in my evaluation under observation and practice, the highest you can get is a 3. So that's just a fraction of that. So those 4 add up to the final for the observation and practice.
For strategic cultural leadership, you got a proficient overall score, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. According to that gray box, I got a proficient 2, yes.
What about systems leadership?
Same, I got a proficient 2.
Leadership for learning?
Leadership for learning, a 2 proficient.
And then again, as of June 9th, what was your score for professional and community leadership?
June 9th was a 2 proficient for professional community leadership, and Dr. Todd DeShawn documented that at 10:07 a.m. on 6/9/2025, as you can see on the right-hand column.
Okay. Why is there a 0 there?
Dr. McCallum changed that in November of 2025, according to this document.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next page. And here we see total points earned 1.56 out of 3. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that take into account the edited
Yes.
score?
Yes, due to the zero that I only at 1.56.
In terms of your performance rating, what was your overall performance even with that zero?
So even with the zero, I was still marked proficient and satisfactory for that school year.
Now we see here there's a signature from Todd Deschamps dated June 9, 2025. Do you see that?
Correct, yes, that is Dr. Deschamps.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next page. And what is this?
So this is a screenshot from this winter stating who still has open accounts in PAE-TEP. As you can see, individuals that were not still working in our district, Colleen Gildy, former HR director, and Dr. Todd Deschamps, former assistant superintendent. Their accounts were still open, so individuals could go into those accounts.
I'm going to direct your attention to the following page. So can you identify this?
This is a checklist, basically, of when my evaluations were completed by my supervisors.
I'll direct your attention to the next page. At the top it says NTP Observation 2024-25. What is this?
This is another PAE-TEP document. Basically, our supervisors will use this to go through the year, beginning of the year, mid-year, end of the year, and they'll use that to track our progress on where we are with our goals and different things that we discuss when we have our one-on-one administrative meetings about our evaluations.
And when was your NTP observation opened?
So it opened at the very beginning of the year, July 1, 2024. And you can see that list on top of that page, right underneath Dr. Deschamps' name.
And when did this rating period close?
Then that rating period would close on June 30th, 2025. We closed it out, Dr. Deschamps, for the meeting was on June 9th, but the whole year goes from July 1 to June 30th, according to the evaluation that you saw earlier.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to the next page. And there is an indication on here, authenticate waiting on supervisor, exclamation point, supervisor incomplete. What does that mean, if you know?
So what that means is the last day that Dr. Deschamps was actually in our district, I believe, was June 10th. And I completed mine on June 10th. After we had met for a little over an hour on June 9th, I cleaned it up and filled out, signed it or clicked her name on June 10th. My understanding is he was done, and that he just didn't complete that.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next page. And at the top, in the top third of the page, we see 2018-19 NTP observation, Rita Sterner-Heim. Was she responsible for evaluating you in the 2018-2019 year?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it indicates waiting on Rita Sterner-Heim. What does that mean?
She just never completed the record.
And we have a date here, February 6th of 2019. Is that a date that it should have been completed?
No, it's typically, again, right around that end of June, early July.
And then right above that, we see, again, a red exclamation point, 2020 to 2021. Again, Dr. Sternheim is evaluating, but at the status it says in draft by Steve Pappas.
That's when they moved me from the high school, and I was told, don't worry about it.
I direct your attention to the next page. And here we see PG 2024-25. What does that mean?
That means personal goal.
And what is that?
That's a goal that I had to write, that had to be approved by Dr. Deschamps, that I would perform that school year.
And did
that's
you,
in the 80th as well, sorry.
that's all right, did you prepare that?
I did it.
Direct your attention to the next page. And what does this show?
So this is basically a really good year, checking throughout the year. You'll see beginning of the year, and end of the year. And you can see that Dr. Deschamps marked as proficient, and then we both completed that process on June 9, 2025 when we met in my office.
I direct your attention to the next page. State the top NTP observation 2024-25. And what is this?
So this is kind of the notes that build up to the end of the year evaluation. What the supervisors do is, at least Dr. Deschamps directed me, I'll speak for myself only, to pick a goal in each domain or pick a category in each domain and to work on that domain throughout the year. And that's what I would be evaluated on for each domain. So I did that and I selected them. And so what you see on this page is you'll see some stars next to something. That's the part of the domain that I focused on. And then you'll see like a green little capsule that's split, maybe 2/3 and 1/3. That 1/3 is my scoring for me, which I said proficient on all that, they were green. And then the ones behind that, the 2/3 part of that capsule are also marked green. And that's Dr. Deschamps saying that I got 2s in all those domains. Even though on the end of the year sheet that was altered, it says 2, 2, 2, 0. Right here is the background information of why it said 2, 2, 2, 2 on June 9th when I met with Dr. Deschamps.
Okay. I'll be turning to the next page. And that evaluation is further evidence here, is that right?
So what this is just to kind of have a layout of what you just saw with the green capsules. The top, you'll see like a rectangle that says proficient. That's me highlighting that, and proficient is green. And then Dr. Deschamps, the supervisor rating, he marked that as green, and that's for domain 1.
Direct your attention to the next page. This 2B establishes and implements expectations for students and staff.
Yes, ma'am. That is the same as what you saw with domain 1. I marked myself proficient. Dr. Deschamps marked me as proficient as well.
Direct your attention to 3. Says high expectations for all students.
Again, I marked myself proficient, and Dr. Deschamps said that as well.
And finally, 4. Maximizes professional responsibilities through family/caregiver involvement and community engagement.
Again, this is what was changed to a 0, but again, with the other domains in this type of layout, I marked myself proficient, and Dr. Deschamps marked me as proficient.
We've already testified to this, but the last 3 pages in this document reference the meeting that you had with Mr. Deschamps. Is that right?
Yes, Dr. Deschamps and I met on June 9th. You'll see a screenshot of my calendar. Then you'll actually see the email that was sent by Mrs. Pence. That's Dr. Deschamps. Well, she's the assistant superintendent secretary still. But that's just me agreeing to that meeting. And then another piece of evidence that that meeting took place, and Dr. Deschamps checked yes that he would be there, and so did I.
I'm direct your attention to Exhibit P17.
Before we go on, just for clarification, the record, if anybody's going to read it, I counted 18 pages in that particular grouping, and I was just going to have the board when they go through this and just number each one correlates back with what Mr. Pappas testified to. Otherwise, we don't have A, B, C, D, Z.
It's fine. 1 through 18 is fine. Thank you.
All right. 17.
Yes, Exhibit 17. Mr. Pappas, do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this?
This is a document that the superintendent's, I'll say the assistant superintendent, gives to administrators to complete for our own evaluation. They ask questions about walkthroughs, observations, incidents that occurred in the building when it comes to discipline, ISS, OSS that was assigned. They also asked about what were the highest referrals and misconducts in the school, what grade level had the highest referrals, and then they also asked 3 significant achievements that I feel this for me for this school year, 3 of the most significant challenges this year, and then some highlights they want to know about, highlights that fit under pillars of academics, careers, innovative learning, and whole child. So I completed all that for Dr. Deschamps, and he had that for my meeting on June 9th.
So you had filled out the information such as your most significant achievements, correct?
That is correct for that school year.
Okay, as well as the challenges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we had heard some testimony last week on a reprimand from 2018. Do you recall receiving a reprimand concerning your contact with the United States Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights?
Yes.
Did you respond to that reprimand?
Yes.
And again, as we had mentioned earlier, the parties have stipulated to the entry of exhibits 21 and 22 for in-camera review by the board. So I will not have Mr. Pappas testify as to the documents themselves, but they will be provided to the board for review.
Correct.
I do believe I have permission, though, to have him answer a general question about the context of his response to the 2018 reprimand.
Sure, I can't guarantee what's on the table over there, but
Sure. So, Mr. Pappas, if you could summarize your response to the reprimand in 2018.
Can I reference why this all started or no? With the Office of Civil Rights?
You may not use teacher names.
No, that's fine. This incident with OCR actually had occurred before I was even ever in Waynesboro. And it was a very, very long process, years on years. So I was actually working with the first superintendent that I worked with, Dr. Sherry Diller with that. And I also worked with Mr. Galtman on that. So we were working closely on that, because Mr. Galtman was the solicitor at the time. So myself, Dr. Diller, and Mr. Galtman, I had email communications from Mr. Galtman, Dr. Diller. We were working on the OCR complaint. As a high school principal, it was my responsibility to do parts of that. And then Dr. Diller had retired, and Dr. Todd Klein had come on to be the superintendent of schools. And with that, I had been, again, working with Dr. Diller and Mr. Ballman on that. I knew there were timelines to get that done. And I knew that if we didn't obey the federal government with that, we probably would get our district in trouble. So I was informing Dr. Klein of that all. Sadly, I was being ignored. I then went on to the Office of Civil Rights on the Department of Education website. I did not email them. They had an inquiry box on there. So I had put my information, my name, in an email and asked if we could speak to someone about this and how to get the process going. Because I didn't know what else to do. My superintendent, who I've been working with the superintendent about it, and a solicitor, and I believe at that time, Mr. Rollman was not hired by the district. Dr. Klein had hired Mr. Beard's firm. So I didn't know any of the solicitors with Mr. Beard's firm at that time. So I was going to my superintendent, who I'd always gone to before with the OCR stuff. So Dr. Klein was not addressing it at all with me. And again, I knew the problem that the district would have if we get involved with them. So I did put something in their inquiry box on their website. They reached back out to me and to Dr. Klein. I found out Dr. Klein had told me through this letter of reprimand that he was contacted by them. So that all took place, and then Dr. Klein wanted to get things done with this. So I followed directions, I was in open communication with him through all that process. I did not agree with his letter of reprimand, so I followed up with him with the rebuttal, giving evidence of emails that I had sent to him and the open communication that I was having with him about my feelings about his letter of reprimand.
Were you removed from the high school after this?
So this letter of reprimand came in March of 2018. We had some concerns that I had brought to the attention of Dr. Sternheim the day after she was voted in by the school board to be the assistant superintendent. I went to some of you with Mr. Jason Wetterall and told her about it. Then when they came on board, there were things that were still happening with this concern, and it dealt with the teacher and female students. I was told by Dr. Sternheim to stop and leave it alone. I did stop and leave it alone. In 2018, I sent them an email, and it was before this letter of reprimand came to me. And I basically said that, forgive me, but I don't want to. I told them that again, I had voiced this concern before, but I wanted to give them more information about it. And it wasn't the concern about this one individual student. This was just another student who had things between them and this teacher. So I put out this email about that. At the direction of Officer Gordon, the school district police officer, I put a lot of emails to them dealing with this situation. Officer Gordon was also working with someone at the district attorney's office behind the scenes to get this situation taken care of. Because as a law enforcement agent, he knew it was serious and he knew it wasn't being acted on. But I continually told my supervisors about this, and they did not want to hear it. Then I got this first reprimand letter for, again, a situation that I was trying to protect the district from the federal government coming at us. And again, I knew the seriousness of it because I worked with Dr. Miller on it, and I knew Mr. Goldman was involved as well with that.
When were you removed from high school?
I was removed from the high school the end of the 2021 school year. In that year, this concern that I just mentioned in 2018, things had continued. But that year, a little more had happened with the student and that teacher. And that young lady and her family were brave enough to report the situation that was going on. They reported it not only to the guidance counselor and myself, but they reported it to the Office of Civil Rights, and then a little later reported it to the Pennsylvania Department of Education. I had to participate in many interviews, hours long sometimes, with the Office of Civil Rights and Pennsylvania Department of Education. I had to turn over piles of emails to those agencies as well that were going against Dr. Sternheim, Dr. Klein, and also the teacher. I was never given a reason why I was removed from high school. I know how the school was performing. I know I got a distinguished rating that year because of how we were performing in our building level schools. But I was never given a reason why I was removed from there. But I do know that I was participating in investigations that were against my supervisors. and then I was moved. I was also told by Dr. McCallum later on, she knew 6 months ahead of time that I was leaving, and she was going there. They called me over to Dr. Klein's office by a secretary saying, get over to Dr. Klein's office to know what you're doing next year. He was out of nowhere. I sat down. Dr. Summerheim was to my left. Dr. Klein was in front of me. And then our HR consultant, Catherine Kroll, who was also, I believe, being under investigation with those agencies, were sitting there. Dr. Klein told me I would be moved to Summerview. I said, okay. They told me they weren't changing my salary. I knew my daughter was there. I didn't fight it. Later on, Dr. Swerheim said she couldn't believe how happy, how kind I was about it, didn't argue about it. I followed the directions. I know it was testified that I don't have a growth mindset, I can't change. I left that high school, sad to leave because so much good had going on there, not just because of me, but because of the staff, the faculty, the families. But I left some of you thinking, okay, I work for the district, not for the high school. I'm going to go, and we're going to do the best we can with it. So I do believe I can change and grow no matter what comes my way. And I'm thankful to God I went there. That faculty and staff opened arms, accepted me. When I first gave my introduction on June 3rd, they stood up and gave me a round of applause that I was coming to that school. They mean everything to me, the teachers and faculty of the high school sing. High school folks, I know they didn't like me when I first showed up here in 2013. The things they said when I left, I bawled my eyes out, and it made it all worth it. Again, going to some of you, didn't have a reason for it. I thought it was because of I was interacting with Jumps, Civil Rights, and PD, but they didn't say that, and nothing was in writing for any reason I was leaving. I accepted it and went to some of you and did the best that I can there. I think if you focus on kids and focus on taking care of people around you, my job's going to be easy. And it has been because of the people that I work with and the families and the kids that I work with.
And Mr. Pappas, I want to take us to the suspension in August of 2024. If you recall, there was testimony in the first 2 days of hearing concerning 4 allegations. First being an email exchange, a series of emails between yourself and Erica McDonald. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you want to provide some context to that?
So it's been ongoing since I started at some of you. There was a need to make some of you elementary school handicap accessible, specifically for one child at that time, but really for anybody. So that issue still hasn't been solved, and I was an advocate to make a change. And I know a lot of other teachers and community members were there, the advocates to make a change for that. So as that process went on over the years, we had to have a meeting one time with that family of the young man that was in a wheelchair. And we had the meeting. Mrs. McDonald, special director, I know was there. She had left, she had to leave to go somewhere, and I answered a couple other questions for the mother that was in there at the meeting. Then I was told a little after that the mother had called Mrs. McDonald and said that I was very unprofessional.
Who told you that?
Mrs. McDonald. And that from now on, basically, I was not allowed to meet with that mother or that family unless Dr. DeShawn, who was the assistant superintendent at that time, or Mrs. McDonald, the special director, was present.
I direct your attention to Exhibit 20. I'm going to ask you a few questions about the documents in this. I will start at the last page. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
So this is an email exchange, chain of emails between myself and the parent that I just referenced, who has a child in a wheelchair.
I'm going to direct your attention to the May 9th, 2023 email sent at 9:41 p.m. This is at the bottom third of the page. Do you see that?
Yes.
This is an email from you to the parent.
Yes.
Why did you email her?
Well, I was told by Mrs. McDonald that I was unprofessional in the meeting that we had. So I felt the need to apologize to her because if she felt that way, as Mrs. McDonald said she did, I wanted to apologize.
You wrote in this email, I wanted you to know that I am sorry and that was not my intent.
Correct.
And specifically, you wrote, Mrs. McDonald told me that I was very unprofessional and turned the recent IEP meeting into something crazy. I think she thought.
That is correct.
Is that what you recall Mrs. McDonald telling you?
That's what Mrs. McDonald told me, yes.
And then we see later that evening at 10:02 p.m. an email to you. You see that? In the middle of the page?
Yes.
Now, I have the email redacted and names of the student and last name redacted here. But if you can summarize, what is it this parent is telling you?
She said, I'm going to just read it if that's okay. Mr. Pappas, like I told you the other day, I appreciate the conversation we had that day. It opened my eyes to a lot of things I wasn't aware of. And it showed me how passionate you are to make sure things are done right for not just, but all students and some of you. Please don't feel like you have a need to apologize. I appreciate everything you have done this far for. I know who is wrong in this situation, and it isn't you.
Now, I want to direct your attention to page 1 of this exhibit 20. What is this?
This is just we always wanted to address the needs of this young man. My first week at some of you, we had met with a big team to talk about the needs that he had. So for really day one, I've been trying, myself and others in the school, were trying to get needs met for this young man. So there's an email that I sent on October 18th, 2022, to the special ed directors, Tammy Richards, and Eric McDonald. And I sent them the very specifics. Again, that was on October 18th, 2022. And these are needs with band transfers, things that this young man really needed and we need to get taken care of. Well, it was October 18th when I sent that. They never responded to me in any form. So then on November 30th, over a month after that, I followed up. And I said, hi, Erica and Tammy. I'm following up on the email I sent to you 10/18/22. Can you let me know about it? Maybe I missed your reply, but I could not find it when I searched for it. It was about needs for the student dealing with stairs. Thank you, Steve. So it was over a month. They never replied. That just was ignored. And it was about a student, not about just something I wanted.
Was there ever a discussion about moving that student to a different class, or moving the classroom, to a different level to accommodate the student?
So I was directed by Dr. Sterner-Hein and also directed by the special ed director, Mrs. McDonald, that if the student was going to be in grade level, that they were on the bottom floor or the top floor, not the main floor, that I would have to have that grade level moved to the main floor. And we have done that every year. I had to move grade levels to accommodate for that young man.
And this was a directive that came from Dr. Sterner-Hein?
Dr. Sterner-Hein and also Mrs. McDonald.
I direct your attention to page 2 of Exhibit 20. There's an email from you dated December 1st, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you say after our conversation, I will direct the teachers to move their classrooms to the 23-24. Does that mean the 23-24 year?
Yes.
Okay. And you sent this email to Dr. Sterner-Hein as well as Erica?
That is correct.
And did Dr. Sterner-Hein respond?
Yes, and also Mrs. Richards was on that as well.
Mrs. Richards.
Yeah. But yes, Dr. Sternheim responded.
And what did you say in her response?
So it didn't really make sense to me because again, I was kind of following up after our conversation that we would be moving teachers to the proper level. And Dr. Sternheim's response was, although I am the assistant superintendent and eventually will be the superintendent, I would hope teachers would still feel comfortable coming to me for building needs. WASD has and will continue to honor the needs of learners. The timing of requests may not be ideal. Thanks. I didn't understand that because one, I didn't understand the first one about superintendent, assistant superintendent. But then she basically saying teachers can jump the chain of command and go right to her for needs and wants. Which again, I get accused of that all the time, but here's my superintendent saying that. So this whole email didn't even make sense. But she's also kind of saying I don't know what she's saying. But again, what I read in that is she literally hopes teachers will jump the chain of command. And she put that in writing.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next page. Page 3 of Exhibit 20. We have an email here dated December 2nd, 2022, again from Dr. Sternheim to SD faculty with a copy to you directly.
Yes, I have this email from Dr. Sternheim. It says following up.
And in this email, she writes, although our PTO supports our learners in so many ways, the purchase was chairlift is not an appropriate PTO purchase. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was the PTO planning or contemplating purchasing a chair?
Yes.
Excuse me, chairlift.
Yes, they were. The PTO does an awesome job at some of you. They always have since I've been there. Their focus is on the needs of the students and the staff there. They knew there was a need for this young man. They knew that there wasn't really any action seeming to take place. They were willing to look into it and follow all the protocols, follow everything, but they wanted to do this for the child at Summerview.
Have you been advocating on behalf of that child at Summerview?
Since I started there. Every child I'll advocate for there.
I'm going to direct your attention to P19. Now again, on this August 2nd, 2024, 5-day suspension, we heard testimony about a parent survey, as well as the 23-24 evaluation. I want to start with the parent survey. Can you walk through what happened from your perspective with regards to the parent survey?
Yes, so for the 23-24 school year, I set up for third grade to all have the same math teacher, to all have the same science and social studies teacher, and then to all have the same ELA teacher. I knew Fairview Elementary School did different things with different teachers like that, and they flexed. They seemed to do a lot of different techniques, not just your traditional, everyone has the same classroom, self-contained. I knew Fairview Elementary was allowed to do a lot of those kind of things. Still are. We did that year. Now, I had to submit a staffing sheet before that school year began. And I had to talk to my supervisor before the school year began to what I was doing. Never heard anything bad about that. No problems to do that. And again, it made sense to me because I knew at least Fairview did some things that were different like that. So why would one be able to do it and not another one? So we had an academic committee meeting on May 14th, 2024, very close to the end of the school year.
And is that the agenda that we see as page 1 on Exhibit P19?
That is the agenda, yes.
Is this your handwriting on the agenda?
That is all my handwriting, yes.
And I see your handwriting here, it says survey to third parents.
Third grade parents, yes.
Is that a reference to creating a parent survey?
That is.
Was this something that was talked about during the May 14, 2024 academic committee meeting?
They did not want to talk about it, but it did come up.
How did it come up?
Okay, so I did the survey, which I believe was basically one question. It might have been two, but I think it was one question. And I just said, did you like having this set up for third grade for your children? All but one person said yes. There was probably at least 30 that did the survey. It was a quick survey. I didn't tell them why I was asking. I didn't tell them what I thought about it, what the school board thought about it. I didn't know any different. I didn't know what anyone thought about it. So I did that survey. It was a quick response back. And then I shared the results to the academic committee and to my supervisors. Just so they knew, we did this in our school. We did it all year. Never heard any problems with it. And the survey came back that it was, again, all but one person was good with it. So I did share that with the academic committee meeting, so they have that information. So I was hoping we could talk about that at the academic committee meeting. It didn't seem like they wanted to talk about it, but one of the board members who she might have chaired that academic committee meeting, she brought it up to talk about it.
Did you intend to undermine the work of the district by sending this survey?
No, again, I didn't know at that time when I sent that survey that anyone had a problem with that. Again, my supervisor knew all year I was doing it. My teachers knew they were doing it. We had other academic committee meetings during that year. No one ever brought it to my attention. It seemed like when I brought it up and it struck a nerve with somebody that the parents liked it, and it seemed like one person on the academic committee didn't like it.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 2, 3, and 4 of Exhibit 19. I believe this goes to the allegation the August 2nd, 2024 5-day suspension notice concerning the 23-24 evaluation.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Okay. And of course, in 2024, you were accused of using the comments section that do not set aside feelings associated with past experiences or fully support district decisions. Is this document the comment section that you had prepared in response to your evaluation?
So this is something from the PAD template again. The board, you have seen the earlier evaluation screenshots. So this is something that Dr. Sternheim did. She had put her reasons why I got certain scores on the overall evaluation. The way this is set up, it's set this way up for teachers as well. I can, as an employee, teachers can, as an employee, put in their comments to how they feel about their evaluation or how they feel about the supervisor judged them in their comments. So that is, I use that right to be able to express my concerns or questions or feelings directly to my supervisor. I didn't do it in a meeting, I did it in the space that the district provided for me to do. And my understanding was, that's my supervisor seeing that. When teachers do that for me, I then have conversations with the teacher, good or bad, with what the comments are. Don't take it personally, that's a part of the process. So I was part of the process for me as the employee, putting my thoughts and feelings down in the space again, and my supervisor provided me to do so. That's what I did.
Now, the third charge from August 2nd, 2024 concerned, quote, ongoing chain of command and concerns, and specifically relates to an incident involving the reporting of misconduct of another staff member. They state the accepted face value, your statement that you did not share this information with the school board member. While you explain your hesitation for reporting the incident, the matter should have been directed to your immediate supervisor in a timely manner. Can you explain what took place here?
Yes, I can. I was at Jersey Mike's, walking into Jersey Mike's in Chambersburg with my wife. Other staff members and community members were there as well. This is in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. My wife asked me why the school district police car was parked in front of a liquor store on a Saturday night in Chambersburg. I said, I don't know, and I wish I didn't see that. So we went in. Again, other people were there from the community and from what being WASD staff, and I believe they saw it as well. I was scared to death because I knew if I saw that and I said something, I didn't know what would come at me. I knew who that person was. I knew who they were connected with. I was scared to death. But I also have always been convicted. I have a big poster in my office about conviction, and I know I needed to do the right thing. I held on to it for about 2 weeks. Mrs. Colleen Bewley, the former HR director, she came to my office, we were talking about something totally different, I don't know what. And I said, Colleen, I got something on me that I don't know what to do with. And she said, what? And she didn't know what it was, because I talked to her a lot of things. But I told her that I saw an individual who was employed by the school district through the police department walking out of a liquor store with containers of things. I was far away, I didn't know exactly what it was. I assumed I knew what it was based on shapes and stuff like that. On a Saturday night in Chambersburg, put that stuff in the vehicle and drove away.
In the district vehicle,
In a district police car, labeled WASD police, coming out of the liquor store. So when I brought it up to the HR director, I wasn't telling her, I was asking her, what do I do with that information? She said, Steve, I will take care of that, don't worry about that anymore. I said, okay, thank you, because it was a lot of pressure on me. Again, knowing who that person was, knowing who they were connected with, but I knew it wasn't right. And I also knew if it was me, I would have been fired in 2 seconds. But I wasn't out to get anybody fired, but I didn't want to hold on to that. And again, I thought the HR director was the right person to ask, what direction should I go? And again, she didn't give me direction to go. She said she was going to take care of that.
So is, from your perception, they're essentially finding fault with you going to human resources with this issue?
That's how I interpret it. And again, I didn't have anything else to do with it. After I said that, I was never asked for a statement, no investigation. She just said she would take care of it. And the next time I heard about it was when they were telling me they're suspending me for 5 days without pay.
And that was raised during that meeting, when they said they were suspending you for 5 days without pay?
Yes.
There was also a statement provided during the last hearing related to students on the Summit View playground.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on that?
I can. So we have 2 playgrounds in Summit View. Typically, the older kids in the back, younger kids in the front, but that doesn't always happen. Even this year, it might not happen all the time. But our younger students, I believe, were outside, out front. And that playground is between the middle school and some of the elementary school. And if my memory serves me correctly, there was a lockdown situation at the middle school that day. I think a student was trying to fight a teacher in the cafeteria, if I'm not mistaken. When we have a lockdown, there's a procedure. We don't go out to swings. But we had heard, I don't know, through the radio or something, maybe somebody got a text from their child that the middle school was on lockdown, and we didn't know anything. So,
You mean elementary school?
our elementary school. My first priority as a Summit View principal is everyone in that building, kids first especially. I wanted to make sure that all the students in Summit View were off of that playground and in the building, because we had no idea what the lockdown was at the middle school. It wasn't communicated to us. I really do believe we heard from a student, be a parent who worked at Summit View. So we got everyone in, and then kids are coming out onto the playground, older kids from the middle school on the playground. I'm outside making sure our kids get in, because there's a lockdown, they're coming out to play on the playground. It made no sense to me. My main focus was Summit View Elementary School. I got in there, made sure everyone was okay. I got staff wondering what's going on, because they hear schools in lockdown, 200 yards away from us, but they see some of their kids out on the playground, and none of it made sense. But again, my priority was to make sure all our building was safe and everyone was okay. I wasn't letting any of our kids outside because we didn't know what was going on. I eventually found out what happened because one of our teachers, I believe it was her husband, who was being challenged to a fight in the cafeteria, who was a teacher at the middle school. So I did look outside. I saw the middle school principal and my current supervisor, Dr. McCown, she was the high school principal then, standing on the sidewalk just talking, and kids were playing on the swing set. So I don't see a need to go out there. I might have radioed or something. I don't remember. But my focus was my students, my staff at Summit Elementary School. That was my number one priority. And again, not knowing the whole picture at that moment, I'm going to be better. I want to be better safe than sorry. And making sure, again, the individuals I'm responsible for, that they're safe as can be. So I didn't even remember really all that story until it was brought up, I think, by Dr. Sternheim. I didn't know what that had to do with my charges, but I know it was brought up, so thank you for letting me explain that.
During your tenure at Waynesboro, has your overall evaluation ever been lower than proficient?
No, I've always been proficient or distinguished in all my years here.
Earlier, during testimony, some of our witnesses, you got emotional hearing some of what was being shared. Why?
I don't do what I do for attention. I feel I'm called to help people, and I can help them in this capacity that I am as a principal. I don't like people knowing what I do with my resources. I don't like people knowing what I do for other people. To me, it's between me and God and those people I'm helping. So, I'm humbled that they're saying that about me. They don't need to be telling people those things. I don't do it for that reason. It's just there. And I also, it just means a lot that there are people willing to support me. From day one, I was told I was an outsider no longer. No matter how long I live in Waynesboro, I was being an outsider. The support that I've been getting is extremely overwhelming and humbling me like crazy. So just hearing those things just made me a little emotional. I apologize for that.
Do you want to return to serving as principal of Summit Elementary?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I love it there. I love the people that I work with. I'm there for them. I think there are people that have influenced my life there, and I feel I've influenced others there. I miss everybody that's there, that works there, goes to school there. I just enjoy the job. I mean, honestly, Dr. Klein and Dr. Sternheim gave me a big gift when they sent me there. And I am thankful for that. They may not have thought it was good, but it was meant for good, and I'm thankful for that. I'm just thankful that I get to do that. I mean, a lot of people don't always love their job. And again, to be able to impact people's lives, to help people, I mean, again, my life, growing up, people help me all the time. I can't believe that I'm able to do the same, do more even now as an adult. I'm very thankful to be able to help others and enjoy what I do for a job.
And no further questions at this time.
I didn't look at the clock recently, and I know he's going to go. Does somebody want a short break before you jump? There's no way for you to 15 minutes.
Do we need to finish in 15 minutes?
I'd like to approach with the car. I'd like to approach. You want to talk? That's fine. I try not to look at the clock. that on the record, and you're like, oh, that was a long break. Yeah, it was a long break. I'm trying to work out something logistically. And you have to understand, Mr. Pappas has gone for a little bit. Mr. Goldman is going to be up for cross-examination of Mr. Pappas. At the end of the day, it would take him a reasonable amount of time to look at his notes and go through and ask his questions. And so what we generally don't like to do in these types of cases is start for a period of time and then realize that cross-examination could go 45 minutes, an hour and a half, which we don't know. You're here until like 12:30, 1 o'clock. So what we ended up doing out there was talking to the board. And I would say not everybody's 100% in agreement, but logistically, we are going to end tonight, but we're going to do service stipulations. The other thing we look to is the hearing date on the 16th. And in all due respect for Mr. Pappas' counsel, is trying to move up the date. I indicated that I would turn around and I'm going to reach out to one of the clients tomorrow to cancel a date on February 11th. So what we are looking to do is hold the hearing on February 11th. We're not going to cancel the 16th just as, say in case something bizarre would happen. But so we're going to end tonight before we do. We're going to go on the record for certain stipulations, but we wanted to explain it to you because realistically, it's a big ask to go, and the board believes, may not unanimously, but it makes for a logical break in the process. Right? Mutually not happy, both sides. Right? All right, and so there was another question that arose that I advised Mr. Pappas' attorney that we would address. You want me to raise the issue, or do you want to raise the issue and I'll go back and respond like I said I would in the hall?
So my concern is that certainly that Mr. Pappas is presently under oath, and generally that means that I cannot communicate with him in the meantime, and I had asked specific permission to essentially have the administration and the board waive any concern when it comes to my communication with my client in advance of the next meeting.
And Mr. Goldman, after our discussion, indicated that he would not, but he'll have to answer on his own. And as I told you, more likely than not, I was going to grant that request to you, but I want him to have an opportunity to weigh in.
We have your objection.
Okay. So you're good.
We're good, thank you.
All right. So for the public, that just means that Mr. Pappas is allowed to consult with his attorney. We're not going to throw up a legal roadblock that would basically preclude him from consulting with his attorney while we have this hiatus for February 11th. So at this point in time, what's that? 5 o'clock. Are we good for 5?
Absolutely. I will do anything to make it work.
Location will be here. I think we'll do. I heard it. All right, so February 11th, 5 o'clock here. See you then. Your best favorite team to producer, whoever it is. All right, thank you very much.